I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways right now. Our first giveaway is a free reading for the highest giver between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Our other giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But first and foremost, before we begin today, most important question: how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We've got the Aquarius full moon here. I feel that the gift that we often receive with Aquarius full moon cycles is perspective, working into the context of understanding, allowing that ability to be able to see things with more clarity. I got to tell you right now, if this Aquarian full moon is hitting a little bit differently, the thing that I feel like is kind of working in opposition to it to a certain extent has to do with the fact that we still got a ton of planets that are currently in retrograde. One of the things I think that is helpful to navigate when you're going through energy like this is tall trees of deep roots. Tall trees of deep roots, right? The ability to be able to build perspective is directly proportional by working through energetic frustration, right? Because this type of energy right now, if you were telling me that you're feeling frustrated, that's the thing that a bunch of retrogrades will bring out. And I'll tell you, especially because of the fact that we've got a lot of these planets that are retrograding right now in Aries. So I just wrote an entire article about navigating this full moon over on the Substack. And there's a few different things. There's a few things I'm going to help you work through right now if this energy feels like it's getting the better of you. First and foremost, like I said, allowing frustration to help guide you into creative solutions, potentially to old problems, particularly for energy that's deep within divine union. Working on making sure that you're holding a lot of compassion for the self, taking compassionate approaches to a certain extent is also going to feel really important during this time, specifically allowing, I keep on saying, a bit of that Mercury retrograde that is retrograding in Leo right now is giving us a little bit of that guidance point, right? Being able to allow for a little bit of compassion and relationality to something that you may feel like you've been carrying for a long time. Because I'll tell you right now, energy like this, there's a strong tendency for old wounds to feel like they're energetically resurfacing, right? Either, I'm not the type of reader that's always going on about things from the past returning. But when we have retrograde seasons like this, yeah, there can be a lot of energy from the past coming back, either spiritually, metaphysically, or tangibly. But one of the things that we understand on a healthy spiritual journey is the ability for the past to return. It allows the context of being able to see something that fortifies our own resolve and relationality to what it is that we're trying to do in a better fashion. And I feel like for a lot of the energy, what we've been reading over the last few days, this is why I feel like this particular full moon cycle is potentially being demarcated by new energetic relationships that are starting. I see a lot of energy that are coming into some very, very healthy relationship dynamics, even in the midst of this retrograde cycle. I'm going to tell you right now, I also see some energetic closing out of relationship cycles. But for a majority of the relationship cycles I see that are potentially closing out with energy like the one that we're currently experiencing, one of the big motivating factors that we're potentially going to be recognizing is a lack of clarity or progress as it relates to the direction that the relationship is moving towards. We see that a lot of the energy right now in separation is working through temperance lessons. Temperance lessons often teach us that anything is possible so long as the work is mutual. So, for a lot of those relationships that are happening right now, this could be a lot of the energy in separation that is either working on establishing, recognizing, working towards their manifestation goals, being able to articulate upon what it is they're looking for in a healthy relationship, but not just words. Words are not enough to be able to create a healthy relationship dynamic. We're also potentially seeing that those are a lot of energies and situations where someone is seeking embodied manifestations, the ability to put that force of intention towards things via healthy communication and energetic commitment towards goals. I can also see that for a lot of the relationships right now that are coming together, if these are experiences where there's something from the past returning, and I'm going to tell you right now, these are the situations where there may be a lot of definite closure that's happening, right? The observation of the difference and being able to heal something in a progressive fashion versus situations or circumstances where someone expected time to do the work for them, right? Because what is the lesson that we effectively get with both Saturn and Neptune retrograding together? It's the observation that time does not fix things, right? That the ability to allow the context of pining for something to try to do the work instead of doing the work in terms of identifying what needs to be in repaired relationships. This is where I see that there may be a lot of those fundamental closures occurring at the same time as some of those new relationships are being fortified by the clarity of recognizing and seeing the difference between applied work versus energy that's trying to build a sense of longing in order to maintain, heal, or fix something. While for masculine and feminine that are moving deeper into divine union right now, you'll recall that a lot of these relationships were what we were identifying as magician partnerships that were coming together from about the time of the solstice up until the time that Mercury and Venus were stationing direct behind Neptune. For a lot of those relationships, the authenticity of the self was acting as the prioritization point in those relationships. I'm going to tell you right now, I think that for a lot of the energy right now that's potentially moving deeper into partnership, I see a lot of resolve that's building as it relates to the understanding and recognition of how important the relationship has become to the energy within it. And also, I would not be surprised if there's energy that is moving and speeding up timelines in relationality to moving deeper into partnership, even in the midst of this retrograde. Because one of the things that we were identifying that was happening right now with the retrograde is the observation of the healthy partnership that allows one to be able to see more. The context of being able to see the past in a way that one hasn't before, given the mutual appreciation that is being found in those relationships. And for a lot of the energy, we were even seeing like last week, there may have been a lot of emotionality that was rising up, a lot of that energetic volatility as it relates to the past, working on not projecting that out onto counterpart. But that's why we see that may be motivating a lot of those energies to move even deeper into partnership at this time, because it's the observation that it's not necessarily going to change something that they internally know is for them. So this could be creating a little bit of a laissez-faire approach as it relates to like talking towards partnership, because they already feel that they're energetically existing. It's not like the deepening of the commitment is going to change it. It's just more something that feels like it's announcing it, which is why I said this. I would not be surprised if this is a time period where we may be seeing a lot of surprise proposals potentially coming up. This brings us to a lot of the energy right now that's deep within divine union. And I'm going to tell you right now, just as a qualifier, this type of energy that we're experiencing right now, I believe is probably most difficult for energy that is deep within divine union, because what we're effectively seeing that's occurring right now for a lot of the relationships is, you'll notice that we're talking about the fact that some of that frustration of the past is fortifying and clarifying the direction for the energy in separation and the energy moving deeper into divine union as it relates to what feels like a nourishing direction for a relationship to be heading into. So there's something, I told you, there's something about the frustration that is actually very clarifying. At the same time, though, you'll understand that for energy that's deep within divine union, it doesn't necessarily clarify the direction of the relationship. The energy deep within divine union, a lot of this energy you'll recall were chariot partnerships. They were, and I need to stress this, the reason that we're describing them as chariot partnerships is because there was already a lot of reliability as it relates to the direction that the relationship was heading. So it's not really fixing that because it's already there. Rather, we see that working through something, right? Old frustrations rising up, but being able to take unorthodox approaches in order to navigate or to solve or to resolve them. We see that for a lot of the energy right now, the ability of bringing a different perspective to something is what is allowing the context of something to be healed in a better fashion, because it's being able to understand that one of the gifts that we have in healthy partnership is the adaptability of being able to see a different point of view, a different perspective that allows us to become more comprehensive. So what we may be seeing that's happening right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union is working on having those, like I keep on hearing, the hard conversations in relationality to what is required in order to become more comprehensive. And that is either something that is directed to the self or something that is directed to the relationship. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But go ahead and let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the first person on the list. The first person on the list will always have an additional card in their reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Ella, thank you so much for subscribing, dear. So good to see you today. Hi there, little vamp. Thank you for those gifts. Welcome. Thank you, Adina, for liking the live. Adina, go ahead and comment. I'll pin you up. Oh, there she is. Had a beautiful podcast with Adina just about a year ago. You can find it over on Adina's page or over on my Substack. Hope you're having a good one. Welcome, Anne. Thank you for those gifts, Adam. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Vicky, thank you for the gifts as well. Oracle Erica, good to see you. Oh, thank you. It's too hot to have it down. I try. It's too hot. It's too warm. This summertime. I can't stand the hair on my shoulders. It drives me bonkers. How are you doing today, Sticker? I know the energy is intense right now. I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing you want to be wary of with energy like this, make sure you're now navigating through it in a grounded fashion. You know what I mean? I'm also going to, like, these Aquarian full moon cycles can be beautiful, but they can also, like, the problem with this one particularly is the fact that we're going through so much retrograde energy. You know, like, the one thing you want to be energetically wary of is making sure that you're not catastrophizing on small things, right? Like, that's the thing I want to tell you right now. It's like, it's a lot of that type of energy, if that makes sense. You know, and that's why I keep on saying, like, the gift, like, make sure, like, keep on seeing, like, make sure that you're stepping back, right? Like, you're looking at something with energetic perspective. Happy Saturday, Bridget. Good to see you. Grand Rising, little vamp. Always good to see you as well. Erica, the energy is floppy for me. Sometimes we move forward and then sometimes we step back. And I'll tell you right now, like, the one thing I would articulate is making sure that you're charting progress, right? Like, noticing energetic patterns in order to find new approaches to solving old problems, right? We're also working through, like, one of the things we've been talking a lot about that we've been seeing is not, and I like to point this out, you know, and I think that this is what can sometimes be difficult for those, like, especially when we're going through Aquarius lessons. It's the understanding that sometimes we put too much pressure on ourselves to change, when instead of working hard on trying to change, we try to work with what we got. You know what I mean? Like that's the type of energy that and that's what I meant, like letting a little compassion in, right? Like that's effectively what we see is happening right now with that, with the Leo, with like Mars, with the Mercury retrograding in Leo, right? When we get that, when we get really hard on ourselves and being like, I can't be like that, or I can't do that, like Mercury and Leo wants to pat us on the shoulder and say, who says you have to be like anything? Just recognize who you are and fully like energetically commit towards what it is that you're doing. Like embrace that and see the solution on the other side of it, right? Like that's the type, like, and that's why I'm telling you right now, like that's why I told you, like, this type of energy is like creates a lot of like rude awakening kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like I told you, it's like a rude awakening. It's like yeah, okay, that's fair. You know, it's a lot of that, and that's why I said like if you're doing that work in trying to like if you're doing your if you're doing if you're already, I'll put it this way, if you're already self-referential, it'll be easier right now. You know what I mean? I would not be surprised if there are some situations that feel like they're like I keep on seeing like things that are falling apart right now are potentially like working through the difference of things. Like I keep on seeing like situations, I keep on hearing like cracked up to be, which is the space of another person trying to put energetic, like trying to like build into the idol, right? Like when we hear somebody say like you're not all you're cracked up to be, like that's often where we see the unhealthiness is coming through on, right? Because it's like the energy that says, why are you energetically coming into the space of a perceiving, right? Like perceiving another as opposed to accepting their reality. Like that's, I told you, like that's a little bit of the frustration type of energy that we're probably working through right now. And it's, I know it's like, ugh, it's annoying, you know? Ella, thank you again for purchasing that subscription, dear. So good to see you today. Minnie, thank you for those heart me's as well. Hold on a minute. I'm having a great morning and birthday. Oh, buon compleanno. Choosing to stay positive and optimistic and embracing the moment. Continue to do that work. How are you doing, Wushu? Prayed for compassion this morning in separation right now. A little compassion goes a long way. Absolutely. And remember, like Wushu, if you're going through that, remember you can bring, like you can give that compassion to yourself, right? Like you are the arbitrator of the compassion, and that you can give some of that to yourself first and foremost, because once we're able to give ourselves that compassion, we can kind of share that joy to those around us. So continue to do the work in that way. And thank you guys. Thank you for articulating how you're feeling so we can support you through it. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we move into today's readings. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class is this upcoming Wednesday. We are going to be focusing our studies on the Tower card. If you would like to become a part of that Tower class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'm going to be giving you guys a recap on everything we've studied prior to beginning that class. But if you wanted to catch up, now is a beautiful time to join, because, you know, you've got about a week. You could take you could do a couple classes each day and be in a good shape by the time we have that class next week. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one. You also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And also that when I have those complimentary mentorship classes, we are able to kind of meet. I'm able to meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey, to give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your personal tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I really tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have updates on my mystic meditation articles. I just released one yesterday in terms of that gives you clarity on how to navigate through this Aquarian full moon energy that we're currently experiencing. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted today, you can also get on the list for that. We do here life path readings, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading, but if you want to get on the list right now, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Samailio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you're the first person on the list today, you will always get an additional card in your reading. That is still available and up for grabs. And if you have information that you feel is relevant to our reading today, you can put it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. How are you doing today? Welcome, and thank you for those gifts, Oracle Erica. Thank you as well. And guys, please welcome my moderator, Kay Megan, in. Make sure that you give Kay a follow. We want to support each other across the channel. Thank you for the help as always, dear. So good to see you. And thank you, Grand Rising Witches. So good to see you as well. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, friends, we are doing 2 different giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We are already at 9.2K. Thank you guys so much. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So thank you. We are also doing a giveaway today between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Whoever gives the highest gift will also get a free reading. Little Vamp, you are currently in the highest for that, so congratulations. All right. And fortunately, we're not going to have as many. I made sure we double check to make sure we weren't going to have any technological issues today. So that'll be a relief. Okay. I know yesterday was a little bit energetically wild, but we may do. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Saturday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Saturday, August 9th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the Death card in its reversal and the Eight of Wands in its upright. So let's talk about why the thing about an Aquarian full moon happening with these many planets in retrograde is it can feel very, like, I just want to say it can feel very chaotic, okay? Because what we're effectively identifying is everything in relationality to the retrogrades feels like it's putting pressure on things that we feel energetically vulnerable about, right? A lot of these planets are retrograding right now in Aries. So this could be speaking or working upon the feeling of energetic frustration. If you'd say to me that you feel like your fuse is much shorter than it typically is, like, welcome to the vibe right now, because that's effectively what we're seeing. We're also recognizing, like, one of the things that we often recognize and identify that we experience when we're going through Aquarian full moon cycles is that Aquarian energy, much like Virgo energy, likes to work into the space of ideal. So I want you to imagine that we've got this, like, very, very dreamy full moon that's happening right now that almost like asks us to see ideals in the moment that it feels like everything is energetically not moving in an ideal direction. So I'm going to give you a few of the messages that are important to remember as we're navigating through energy like this. One, first and foremost, right? One of the big things that we see that we often have to articulate upon to those with Aquarian and Virgo placements, it's not about things being ideal. Ideal is not what we arrive to. Ideal is what we make in less than ideal circumstances, right? Like, that is what we do. Like, that is how we achieve our ideals. And so, one of the things I see right now that is potentially occurring is working through the pathwork of energetic frustration, getting very frustrated about something. And often when we feel really frustrated, right, that inclination is there that kind of like, like allows for that space of wanting to like overly internalize something. But that's why the way to effectively work through this energy is perspective, 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 because we often see this in full moon in Aquarian cycles, that when we're able to step back, and I keep on getting the difference between disassociating, which is what you have to be conscientious and careful of with energy like this, the difference between disassociating and not allowing the self to be overly invested in one's own frustration, right? There's a difference there. And what is the energetic difference that we see? The ability to navigate frustration with a sense of perspective, right? Because often, and that's the problem with frustration, right? Like, when we're working through frustration, it feels very much like the inclination is always there to want to project that frustration out, not just around us, like to anyone, to anybody, you know what I mean? Like, to anybody, who you got? You want some frustration? Would you like some of this frustration? But that's why when we're able to work through frustration, but allow it to give us perspective, what's on the other side of that? Epiphanies, breakthroughs, right? Moments of energetic clarity that help us understand what it is that we can do in a better way, right? It's like working through and facilitating upon better, bigger processes. I'm going to put money on the fact that we're going to see the Wheel of Fortune coming out in the spread today, because typically when I see energy like this, do you see this type of energy right here? These two cards together, no. Because, but here's the thing about it. It's like identifying what's not working, right? Like, that is what we see. But what's the beauty to be found when we're working on identifying what's not working? Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Knight of Swords in its reversal. When we identify what's not working, a solution presents itself, right? It's the observation of mutual effort that allows us to be able to recognize and identify what we can be doing energetically better. And so we see, Like, and that is why I keep on saying that the Mercury energy, like the Mercury retrograde that is retrograding right now in Leo, right? Like I like to describe like the vision I have with a lot of this energy, like working through this is like you've got all these planets like banging away in Aries, like this isn't working, this isn't working, you know? And then you've got Mercury just sitting there and going, have you tried putting a little compassion there? Have you tried putting a little compassion? Have you tried have you have you tried putting a little compassion to the self? Have you tried putting a little compassion to the situation? Have you tried putting a little bit of the energy of the compassion? And we don't like that because you have to understand that when like you're working in the context of that and you're feeling all of that frustration, right? You're feeling all of that frustration. You don't want to let the compassion in, right? Because it's almost like the indulgent, and that's the thing we have to be conscientious about with energy like this. It's sometimes it feels good to be frustrated because like when we start to allow compassion in, we allow the observation of being able to articulate upon the things that we care about. And so that's what I keep on seeing is happening right now. Especially it's having a big impact right now for energy. I keep on seeing like, energy across the frequencies, but most significantly and most importantly, for a lot of this energy and separation. And why am I seeing so much of this potential frustration that's occurring right now for some energy in separation? Because I keep on hearing like the same message that's coming through for energy and separation, which is the energy, like I keep on hearing like these new relationships that are forming, and someone's saying, time doesn't fix things, time creates pining, right? Like the observation of being able, like I either see new relationships that are forming right now, wherein there is clarity about the fact that there's potentially something that they could energetically go back to that wasn't necessarily healthy for them. But the observation that the quality of creating a situation, like we don't fix things by trying to get each other to miss one another, right? Because that is often the space where it like allows the context where we try to allow for the space of missing something is the opposite of energetically building upon standards. So that's why I keep on hearing like what is happening right now for a lot of those relationships in separation that are building into new partnerships. They're talking about situations where they may even feel the frustration in another person, building into the expectation of another person not having a standard. And so that's why I keep on hearing the energy that's like, why are they, when they're coming together? Remember when I said that these relationships are being fortified by the mutual audacity? What are they saying to one another? You have a right to feel that way, right? The observation in being able to articulate and identify and helping each other feel validated in relationality to how they perceive something or what they energetically carry, right? And that's what I keep on seeing that's helpful right now, because what's beautiful for some of these relationships and situations is I almost see the energy looking at each other and saying to one another, am I missing something? Right? Like the observation of almost looking to another person and say, like, tell me if my perspective on something is flawed. And this is the energy that looks towards one another and they say, I would if I could, but but your ability, like, and I told you, remember, these are the energies that value each other because they trust each other's direction sense, which is the space by which we are able to espouse and recognize another's gift of good judgment. And so that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships that are potentially coming together at this time, that feeling of being energetically supported, feeling very, I keep on feeling like the energy that feels reaffirmed. This is almost I keep wondering the energy is building into a deeper connection. But it's almost like I keep on seeing it's like the this is the energy that we would identify that is the articulation point of energy that's starting to heal together, right? And for a lot of the energy right now moving deeper into divine union, can I get two cards to clarify? Temperance card in its reversal and that Emperor energy in its reversal. Remember how I said that for some of the energy right now that's moving deeper into divine union, like every time I read into this energy right now, I'm getting a lot of this "what are we waiting for" kind of energy. There's almost like a giddiness that I'm identifying in some of these relationships that are coming together right now, because I keep on getting the identification point of moving something deeper into partnership. It doesn't feel like it's doing so to change something. It's like the energy that says it's just articulating and announcing what is there, is what I keep on seeing. And it's almost like a lot of the energy that's like I keep on seeing. Remember when I said that there's almost like this quality of like I want to say, like it's almost like feeling like almost like a playful teasing in a way. But remember how I said that it's because for a lot of the energy right now, healing from frustrating circumstances is occurring. What's happening right now that I may feel is a little bit bittersweet for energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now is the observation or recognition of the fact that I keep on hearing the reason that they're teasing each other with partnership. I keep on getting they're working through the lesson. We can tease each other with things we are committed on giving each other, right? We can tease each other with things that we're committed to give each other. And as they tease each other with things that they're committed to give each other, they're healing from situations where another person dangled a possibility or dangled an opportunity, right? And that's what I keep on seeing is allowing for a lot of that. I keep on getting like a lot of that energetic strengthening that is happening in those modalities because I can see the energy almost going through flashbacks as they're teasing each other with the promised commitment that they know that they're going to give one another. And almost like I keep on getting like they're getting chills to a certain extent. Like I keep on being like, I see the energy like almost being like, oh, because they're expelling the memory of those experiences or those moments in the past where another person wasn't teasing with something that they were excited or giddy to give them, but instead dangling something to almost articulate or try to create a space of another or creating a wound in the process, right? Because when we dangle things, we try to create wounds, but when we tease, then we tease because it's exciting, because we know that we're building that sense of energetic expectation. So I almost feel like I keep on seeing like there's a lot of that I want to describe it. I'm trying to find the word for it. There's not a word for it. It's like the word I want to say is the chirality of it, but it doesn't know if it I need to confirm if it fits. But it's the observation of something that seems okay. And the reason I'm saying chirality is it's the observation of something that seems similar to something that we already went through, but experiencing it in a vastly different context. And often that is the modality by which we heal an abandonment wound because we're able to recognize and identify the nuanced difference. For a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, clarification between our death card in its reversal in combination with our eight of wands in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? There's that five of wands in its reversal. I'm going to tell you right now, I see new relationships that are coming together right now. I see modalities, right, and I'm going to tell you right now, I see two different modalities that are potentially occurring. For energy in separation, it's working. I keep on hearing the right to be frustrated is what I keep on getting. The right to be energetically frustrated because I keep on seeing pining does not solve things. Pining is not progress, which is the space by which if when we I keep wondering when we are in energetic separation, there is usually a reason, right? And often separation occurs in the context of healing from working towards unified manifestation goals. Now, you'll recall that for a lot of this energy and separation, it was working through the energetic frustration of what may have been articulated or identified as another person not necessarily, and I have to say this, some of those separations were occurring at the same time as those magician partnerships were moving deeper into divine union. So, and you have to understand and recognize that for often we see that the lessons are moving through. And so for a lot of the energy, the qualifier or the identifier of recognizing that we don't try to change energy to be in alignment to our manifestation goals, right? You'll remember that this is the work that we see that the energy moving deeper into divine union is working on. It's the observation that in a healthy relationship, we don't put the potential in the power of the partner, but in the power of the direction that the relationship can go in. So if these were modalities where someone was trying to articulate upon a manifestation, but it was conditional upon an energetic change within another, you can see and understand why, if these are situations where the past is reemerging or coming back, right? I keep on hearing that the space by which the space by which we'll do anything is no foundation for a healthy relationship. That is literally what we see, that a lot of the energy right now in separation is working through, right? The space by which another person tries to create the modality of saying, I'll do anything, is no foundation upon which to build a healthy partnership. And I either see this energy articulating that in separation to energy potentially coming back towards them, not in the context of actually trying to heal, but being like, are you ready yet? You know what I mean? Like, are you ready yet? Right? Like Saturn and Neptune retrograding. Or these are relationships that are forming right now, talking to each other about conditions such as those that another individual was trying to create within the context of a relationship and trying to articulate that that was healthy. And that's why I keep on hearing a lot of those new relationships to form. Like, what are the sounds of the church bells ringing for a lot of those relationships? You have a right to be upset. You have a right to be upset, right? The cling clang of a mutual audacity that is shared, that allows the context of the energetic celebration of feeling that energetic connection point in being able to feel unified in terms of something that you see that is not energetically okay. Continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Wands in its upright in combination with our Knight of Swords. Can I get one in its reversal? Can I get one card to clarify? There's that Knight of Cups in its upright. Oh, so what are we seeing right now with these cards are out now too. Okay, these are the next cards. Let me just put those there. Oh, this is so fascinating. Wait till you see what just happened. Wait till you see what just happened. Oh my gosh. Okay, nope, that makes so much sense. Okay, so clarification right now between, one moment please, clarification between our Eight of Wands in its upright in combination with our Knight of Swords in its reversal. We had the Knight of Cups. And remember when I said I would not be surprised right now if this is a vibration where we may be seeing some like surprise proposal. Like I keep on getting like surprise, surprise, but it's a positive surprise. And the thing I keep on seeing is I'm recognizing and identifying that for a lot of these relationships that are coming into partnership, like the magician partnerships that are moving deeper into divine union right now, like I keep on getting the same message. Like, look at this. Like these are the energies that are they're healing. They're healing their ability to tease upon something because they're recognizing and identifying the difference between teasing and dangling, right? What is the difference between teasing and dangling? Teasing is the space by which we tease because we tease upon something that we feel confident that we're going to give another person, right? Like the playfulness that we create in I keep on hearing like the energy saying as if I wasn't going to give that to you, right? Like it's almost like that type of energy. And that's what I meant about utilizing the word chirality, because I feel like I keep on getting that from some of this energy right now that is experiencing this as they're moving deeper into divine union. The chirality of experiencing a situation where another person said that, but didn't say it in a pleasant fashion, almost said it in the way of saying, you're never going to get something from me if you act this way. You know what I mean? Like almost like the energy that was articulating upon moving towards a manifestation goal in a like almost like the game of keep away, right? Like someone saying, like, now you'll never get that from me. That's what I meant in relationality to something healing in a profound way, because it's the observation that it's playful when we always expect to give something to another, and it's wounding when we hold something away from someone and say behave or like change or else, like there's a lot of that type of energy here. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Swords in its reversal. And that's what I meant about this like moon being like, you know what I mean? Like I'm telling you, continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Swords and its reversal in combination with our Temperance in its reversal for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. We've got here the Eight of Swords in its Eight of Wands in its transverse, and the Six of Cups in its transverse. Now, this is why I said something very interesting came up, because you may notice that we already have an Eight of Wands on the table. We've already got an Eight of Wands on the table. You may notice that I often work through, I've got two different decks here, right? When I'm bringing in a new deck, when my old deck gets a little long in the tooth, I bring in a new deck that I start to work with. So I've been doing that, and accidentally the Eight of Wands from the old deck managed to get into this deck. So we actually have two Eight of Wands energies cards that are on in today's spread. Now, one of the things that we see here, and this is why I keep on identifying that for the energy deep within divine union, remember, this energy right now is the most frustrating. This energy right now, this is just to show you qualitatively, there is no better or worse place to be when you're working through the frequency cycles, because you see how there's a reaffirmation of direction that's happening right now for energy and separation and energy coming into divine union as it relates to being able to see like the frustration that is shared by others. I keep on hearing mutual frustration articulates correct direction. Is what I keep on hearing. Mutual frustration articulates correct direction. So you'll understand that that is the unifying energy that's happening right now for energy and separation and energy moving deeper into divine union. Because when we're able to articulate upon something that you're frustrated on, and then you say, am I seeing something wrong? And another person says, no. Like you're like, that makes no, you're like the observation of what you're frustrated on is correct. Then it's not easy, right? It doesn't make the frustration go away, but it makes you feel fortified, right? It makes, I mean, like it's like, and this is what we talk about with a healthy healing journey, right? It's not indulgent. It's not like it's like, it'll annoy you. It'll just it'll really annoy you. But and that's what I keep on seeing, that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, right? And so that's why I keep on hearing like the directions. Like this is the energy and separation and moving into divine union. It feels like it's fortifying. It's seeing something frustrating, but even still fortifies that you're moving in the right energetic direction, right? Sometimes you see something frustrating, you're like, yeah, that doesn't fix it. This makes it worse. But when you're deep within divine union, right? Like when you're deep within divine union, I don't know where, it's like you just have this frustration and you don't have anywhere to put it. It's like, what do I do? I feel like that's the problem with the energy in divine union. They're not going to move deeper into divine union with it. So I feel like the energy is just like sitting there with one another being like, what do I do with all this frustration? We don't have enough room for it. I just don't know where to put it. So what are they doing? They're taking a creative approach to it, right? They're allowing the context of experiencing frustration to allow, I keep on hearing unorthodox approaches to old frustrations. Being able, I keep on hearing when we and this is why I keep on hearing like this is why we often unpack something from the past again, right? Because when we're in a healthy space, we unpack something from the past to make sure that we were looking at it appropriately. Like that's what's healthy about it. And so that's what I keep on hearing that's happening right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. They're doing a bit of they're doing a bit of healthy unpacking, right? They're looking at past frustration to make sure that their gaze is energetically fortified in relationality to something that they like. That it's like it's feeling to me like a little bit of that inner child healing, right? Because this is what we do when we're doing inner child healing. We bring something back to the present to be able to see something, to see if we still feel the same way about it, right? Like, did I like I see that a lot of that, and I feel like that may be a lot of the energy, like talking towards, like working through things that they're recognizing and identifying potentially in frustrating energetic connections, because that's the thing I keep on seeing with like the Eight of Wands, with the Six of Cups, and it's transverse. Continuing to get and again, putting a little bit of compassion there, continuing to get clarification between our Temperance card and our Emperor card in its reversal. Can I please get one card to clarify? Clarification with our Star card and its reversal. And if that looks familiar, you will recall that we saw that Star card in its reversal yesterday. We actually ended our reading with the card yesterday, in the same exact position. So, and I'm going to just tell you right now, like, look at these two together. We've got the Emperor, and this is the one, listen, this is the one thing I'm going to tell you right now. It feels like, I'm just going to tell you right now, this is the type of energy. I want you to assume everybody feels like they're out of spoons. Okay. I just want you to assume everybody feels like they're out of spoons right now. Okay. but I need to kind of, and I feel like, and that's why I keep on seeing that when we are energetically compassionate and we give each other the benefit of the doubt, then we don't, I keep on hearing, this is absolutely, please, please, please listen to me. When I say this is not the time to be assuming anything about anyone's intentions, okay? I don't want, like, don't come to me for a reading and say, well, I just assume, don't, I'm going to be like, did you do what I told you not to do? Did you do what I told you not to do? Did you take a moment where a bunch of planets were in retrograde and you were already feeling vulnerable, and then you saw somebody else who was already in a vulnerable place, but then you thought that it was projected towards you instead of allowing the compassion in to say maybe they're feeling exactly the same way that you are? I'm trying to help you here. I'm trying to help you. All right? Because when we're in that space, we work towards the ability of not overreading into things. And I got to tell you right now, that's the problem. Like, that's a little bit of the issue that we sometimes have. You know, Aquarians, I'm looking at you. The mind is a playground. Okay? Like, the mind is a playground. But the thing is, and I just got to stress this right now, and that's what I meant about making sure that you're entering into this Aquarian full moon feeling very grounded. Because when the mind is a playground, okay, when the mind is a playground and we're in an Aquarian full moon, it makes it really easy to like imagine things. And we've got a lot of planets that are retrograding. Don't assume the worst. Don't assume, like, don't you dare say to me, well, something was happening and I just assumed the absolute worst and moved from there. It's like I keep on hearing, just moved from there. I allowed my actions to guide me, taking the worst assumption instead of the best approach. Do not come out of this energy telling me, don't come to me for a reading and say, well, I didn't listen to your reading. I took the energy I was feeling and I allowed myself to be propelled on the worst assumption instead of the best approach. Okay. Don't let that happen right now. Okay. Working through something. Okay. We are all, in the club, we are all going through this retrograde together. Okay. We are all working through it. And so that's what we keep on seeing that's happening right now for both masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Look at feminine right now. Struggling. This is struggle. That's a struggling feminine. That's a struggling feminine working to feel energetically vulnerable. This is a masculine that's also working through vulnerability. Okay, we got Jupiter right now. We got Jupiter and Venus. Okay, in Cancer, everybody's deep in their feels, everybody's sensitive. Okay, everybody's feeling that like deep energetic sensitivity. And when we're feeling sensitive, what do we have to do? We have to protect. We have to be energetically mindful of being, I keep on hearing, we are the custodians of each other's sensitivities. And here's the thing that's important about that, okay? Being the custodians of each other's sensitivities is the observation, not that we have to navigate everybody's sensitivity, but the observation of understanding. We honor our sensitivity by understanding what we are sensitive about. Because when we understand what we are sensitive about, we are able to articulate and identify and define upon it. We are able to be fortified in being able to talk about something that has energetic meaning to us. It allows the context by which we're able to have that. I keep on seeing this is energy right now, having hard conversations, potentially. I'm going to tell you right now, some of these new relationships right now, having hard conversations on what may have been previously triggering or sensitive topics. But this is why I keep on seeing that this is, remember what I talked about? Remember what I talked about in relationality to these new relationships that are forming right now, being temperance relationships, right? Not being afraid to plumb the depths of vulnerability, because when we are finding the bravery to plumb the depths of our own vulnerability, what do we find in the midst of it? We find pearls. We find the understanding. We find the energetic power of being able to do something in a way that we haven't before. And so that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? Potentially, I'll tell you right now, I can see some new relationships that are forming, and maybe even feeling that vulnerability point, potentially even identifying like their own energetic tendencies of what they do when they feel vulnerable, and what are they doing differently. Are they reacting to it, or are they articulating through it, right? Because when we react to our vulnerability, then that's the modality by which we self-sabotage, by which we run away from the things that we energetically care about. But this is the energy, like look at these energetic relationships here. They're healing, because not only are they recognizing what feel like energetically unhealthy patterns, but they're also able to identify and recognize what it is that they are trying to do in a better way. And that is the gift that these new relationships are giving to one another. They're talking to each other about those vulnerabilities and giving each other the benefit of the doubt, right? They're not allowing the past. And I feel like that's what's so difficult about this. And that's why I keep on hearing the energy potentially, like these new relationships that are forming right now. Why do I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing the church bells that are occurring that say you have a right to be upset, which is the ability to talk to another person about why one feels triggered, right? To be able to talk about something that happened that left one extremely sensitive. And this is what I said, like in relationality to these partnerships that are coming together right now, that are working through like a lot of those spaces. And these are a lot of those relationships that I just see. They're helping each other along through some of those difficult journeys. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. Clarification between our Five of Swords in its reversal, in combination with our Knight of Cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Two of Wands in its upright. So for a lot of the energy right now, moving deeper into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, this is why I keep on hearing there's a playfulness that is entering these relationships, because I can almost see I keep on hearing like the playfulness is being able to kind of come back into a space where I keep on seeing and that's what I meant, like the space by which we are able to build a deeper level of intimacy by the ability to work through each other's vulnerabilities, but almost like the space by which we know the vulnerabilities and we're able to be energetically playful through them. Like this is what I meant about something around that playfulness being healing and reaffirming, because I keep on hearing it's I just keep on hearing that there's something that's happening right now for energy moving deeper into divine union, which is coming into a deeper level of healing by recognizing and understanding the difference between teasing and dangling, right? And because again, I keep on hearing the same message coming through that says we can tease upon things that we know to be true. We can tease upon things that we know are going to happen, right? And so that's what I meant about there's some kind of chirality event happening right now for some of the energy coming into divine union, because the observation of someone being playful, and I almost even get like a bit of a deja vu moment that may be happening where someone says like something in a playful way, because you can feel like their heart that is invested in it, because they know that they're going to energetically give it to you in the space in terms of potentially moving a relationship further into partnership or union. Like I almost see the energy like experiencing something, but then almost like shuddering at the thought or the memory of an experience where another person said something like that in a completely different context, right? Like the energy, the difference between someone saying like, you know, like if you're like now you'll never like now you'll never, right? The space by which another person almost tries to create a wound by showing a manifestation goal and holding it away from someone, trying to build into the context of changing another. And you'll remember that we talked about the fact that these are magician partnerships. So they're healing being in a relationship of allowing the self to be embraced in the authenticity. So this is why I see that for a lot of the energy working through that or going through those experiences, the memory, like I almost see like the memory of the difference between a manifestation goal that you're moving towards joyfully versus someone that was trying to make it energetically conditional and creating or engendering a change in you that felt like it was moving you away from your true sense of self. I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of profound healing that's happening in that way, but it's built upon and based upon the observation of the difference, that we can tease upon something and feel joy in it when we know it to be true, right? We tease upon things only in the fact that we know that they are unconditional. We don't, the like teasing upon things that are conditional is cruelty, because that is the space by which we're trying to articulate a change in another by saying, I'm only going to move towards that manifestation conditional upon what it is that I see is comes out from you. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Cups in its upright in combination with our Six of Cups in its transverse with that Eight of Wands in its transverse. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Three of Wands in its reversal. A lot of wand energy in today's spread. Now, what do we see with all of that wand energy that we're seeing right now? I keep on like the thing about it, the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to the wand energy, and this has been coming out this entire retrograde, right? Which is the observation of recognizing we are healthy spiritually when it's not when we are able to identify the fact that we're energetically sensitive, but rather the observation and relationality to what we are sensitive about. It's not about, being sensitive about something is not a reason to, because again, is not a reason. We do not honor each other's sensitivities by having to navigate them, but rather by being able to identify and recognize why the sensitivity is energetically important, is what I keep on seeing. Because when we are too sensitive upon something that is solely to the benefit of ourselves, that is fragility. When we are entirely sensitive on something that only serves the self, we are energetically fragile, because that is something that is coming from the space of trying to protect the egoic self. But when we are being sensitive of others, or again, Mercury in Leo, the compassion that it takes to be able to recognize and identify the experience of another that we may not necessarily go through or understand, but that we hold in a space of honor. And again, it's interesting because as I said that, did you notice how my throat chakra closed up? It's the ability of effectively checking ourselves, right? And that's what we do in a healthy spiritual journey. We are perpetually checking ourselves, okay? This is the healthy spiritual journey where we're not indulgent. We're not looking for reasons to feel validated on something ridiculous that we think about or feel. We are constantly checking ourselves because in the context of checking ourselves, that is how we love more effectively. The ability to love is a perpetual act of checking the self to make sure that you're not being indulgent in terms of what another person is receiving from you. And we're not perfect in that. We always mess up. We always mess up, right? And that's why apologies are important, right? Because sometimes even in the space that we energetically overstep, our apology is the accountability and being able to articulate something that we hope to achieve or do in a better fashion. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, doing this, like this is what I mean about the complexity of some of these conversations that I'm seeing right now in relationality to working through and identifying how one can do something better. Because everything I keep on seeing that's occurring right now is the observation. It's more of the continuation of what we were seeing this entire time that we've seen that Mercury has been moving through Leo, which is the observation of saying, okay, when we are feeling energetically sensitive, we don't make it another person's problem until we make it our own. We don't make it another person's problem until we make it our own. That's what accountability means, which is working through something we feel sensitive about to understand and define why. If it's something that we cannot articulate that's bothering us, that sometimes can be indicative of something that's an inside problem. But if there's something that another is doing that actually warrants that, right? Like that's the ego that's doing its job. You know, like the ego being like, no, I'm not cool with that. I'm never going to be cool with that. That was really messed up, right? It's the ability. Usually we can tell, and this is why we should never be passive aggressive. Usually we can tell if it's something healthy, if we feel confident saying it out of our face. If you feel sensitive about something that you don't feel confident saying out of your face, then that usually is requiring a little bit of work within. And we all have those things. No, like we all have them. We all have them, right? And it's okay to have them. But that's why we talk about the space of, again, being able to recognize and identify. And this is why I keep on seeing, you know, this is why I keep on seeing, look at these relationships right now that are forming. Okay, this is how they feel, right? They're frustrated, right? These are relationships that are coming together right now, and they're talking about the reasons why something did not work in the past, right? It's there, and I feel like there's a lot of that clarity of perspective, and I almost see a lot of that energy like mourning. It's I keep on hearing the energy say, it's okay to mourn. It's okay to have feelings on things, right? Because this is a lot of the energy that is talking to each other about the difficulty in saying to another, yeah, this is like, and this is where I keep on hearing that deep, profound healing and looking at a situation from the past and saying, ultimately, and I can almost hear this energy, like in the minute that they say this, ultimately, we wanted different things. It just took time to recognize it, right? And that's why I keep on seeing. And that's why I keep on seeing that the energy is articulating to one another. I told you these are temperance partnerships, mutual effort. And what are they promising and committing to each other? If there's something wrong, you'll tell me. I'm not going to waste your time. I'm not going to build the context of making you feel that something is happening that is not. That clarity is an energetic honor. And when we care about each other, and I keep on hearing like Saturn and Neptune retrograding, it's the observation that when we honor each other, we honor the time that the way we honor the time that we share with each other is by making sure that we feel that it's moving in the same direction, right? It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not enough not just to want a bit of each other's time. We honor each other when we are attentive to what the direction of that time is and how we utilize it effectively. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of that, remember what I said, like a lot of that energy, like these are honorable, I keep on hearing these are honorable relationships because they're articulating upon the fact that the energy that they give each other is an honor. And for a lot of the energy and separation right now that is working through this, I can see some potential arguments that are potentially rising up as it relates to past situations. If these are experiences or circumstances where someone is coming back during this retrograde cycle and trying to be like, aren't you glad to see me? Another person saying, like, what are you doing here? Right? Like the observation of understanding that time does not resolve things, being able to articulate upon what one is trying to do in a better fashion. So that's why I said, this is some like, so some of the energy right now, building resolve and separation, being able to see something and saying, like, pining does not create progress, but the observation of another person saying, if something hasn't changed, like your ability of not being like present is not going to increase the odds of a possibility of something getting back, coming back into a point of togetherness. That is acting and serving as a point of closure in some of those experiences. And I keep on seeing like a lot of that frustration articulated, but feeling the reaffirmation in the process. Continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Wands in its transverse, our Six of Cups in its transverse, and our Star card in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? We've got here our Seven of Swords in its reversal. And this is what I meant. I keep on seeing, I keep on hearing the message coming through in relationality to understanding that for a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, that I keep on hearing that playfulness that they're able, like it's like a new level of playfulness that they're able to articulate upon one another because they know the energetic direction, right? And that's what I meant about some of that chirality that I was seeing in terms of being able to identify something that is occurring in the present relationship and seeing the difference between someone who is teasing something that they promised, right? It's the tease of a promise or the tease of the direction of something that feels like it is like the eagerness or the joy of it, right? It's like it's amplifying the anticipation versus those experience. I keep on hearing it's like in the same moment, a lot of those relationships are like I feel like they're almost like shuddering in that same moment in terms of another person that was articulating upon a manifestation goal, like a game of keep away, like almost holding something and saying like, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, you'll never like say goodbye to this. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that space of understanding that we don't put conditionality on manifestation goals because that's how we create wounds in each other. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through that, it's like I feel like that is the reaffirmation of the completion of a lot of that work. Because if there were experiences where energy moved away from something and they said, oh, if only I'd done a little bit more, it's the energy that's coming into the complete clarity of saying that when someone is saying this or else, there's usually nothing more you can do because they're building into a relationship where they're getting more for less, is what I keep on hearing. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Wands in its upright in combination with our Three of Wands in its reversal. For the energy deep within divine union right now, there's that Magician in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that. How do I describe this best? For a lot of the energy, remember how you see how I keep on telling you guys that like for a lot of the energy right now that's either in separation or moving deeper into divine union, this frustration is actually like it's frustrating, but it's progressive because it's reaffirming the energetic direction. It's more frustrating right now for the energy deep within divine union. Because for the energy deep within divine union, it's not like it's fortifying the energetic direction that something is moving towards. Rather, it is working through the context of not being too hard on the self as one is progressing forward, right? Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, like working through this retrograde period, having those tendencies of getting too hard on the self or having those tendencies in terms of identifying something that one could wish that one could do better. I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy working through that, being able to take a new approach to an old problem, allowing again the Mercury retrograde, allowing some of that compassion in, it's giving me it's giving me the identification point of understanding that when we are in a healthy space, we're always looking to build better, which is the observation that we don't get frustrated if things are not going the way that we anticipate. We articulate and define what it is that we're trying to do in a better fashion. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, like this is the modality of becoming comprehensive, right? That when we're and I keep on getting like when we're overly focusing on something that's not working, there's that deep, deep tendency of wanting to get really, really hard on ourselves. But that's why I keep on getting, if this energy right now is really getting to you, because I know it's not easy, I want you to remember to step back. Give yourself a gift of perspective, right? Because that's what happens, right? Compassion plus frustration equals perspective, because the ability of feeling something and getting really, really upset and then just thinking about the bigger picture, right? Like that ability of like looking at something in a larger context, I keep on seeing it doesn't, I keep on hearing it doesn't make something go away, but it's you find strength in perspective, because again, what does the Aquarius full moon tell us to do? To think wider, to think bigger than the problem. And when we think bigger than the problem, we build upon that larger perspective. Continuing to get clarification between our two of wands, our three of wands in its reversal, in combination with our six of swords in its reversal. We've got our high priestess energy. I gotta tell you right now, guys, I just want to show you. Okay. Now I gotta point out there's something very, very intriguing that's happening right now. For like even in this retrograde cycle, I've noticed the retrogrades, the energy is retrograding in pairs. Like the planets are retrograding right now in pairs, and it's really important to pay attention to it, because what we're effectively seeing, all right, is we're working through. And this is what I mean. We've got Neptune and Saturn, right? We got Neptune and Saturn that are retrograding together right now. And that's like all working through the context of the past, right? That is like Saturn and Neptune are all the time energy, because Neptune is the memory bank and Saturn is time. Chiron and Eris are also retrograding together, which is again working through old wounds and feeling the energetic chaos that they sometimes make us feel within ourselves, right? I can't make that feeling go away, right? And then we've got Mercury that's retrograding, like all the way over in Leo. That's almost like acting as like an energetic beacon that says like, hey, have a little bit of compassion, allow for that observation and recognition of being able to find something that feels energetically right. And so I want to say, what's interesting about it is, and we've also got the Pluto retrograde that's happening right now. And so for a lot of that is like working through something in the past that used to bother you, and also understanding. And this is like the gift that Saturn brings, that often the context of working through our fears. Like that's why I keep on describing the Pluto retrograde as being like almost like a haunted house in the summertime. It's like something that used to like would have like bothered you in the past, being like boo, and you're like, I don't have time for this. You know what I mean? Like I don't have time for this. I've got other things I need to be doing. It's the ability of understanding and making sure that we're grounded in terms of what it is that we're worrying upon, right? And I keep on hearing like the space by which we're doing, and I feel like this is so critical and important, and this is why we talk through navigating the significance and importance of working towards, like working in the context of being able to see our own energetic fears, right? Because when we try to imagine, like when we try to articulate that we're perfect, then we often are not in the space that we're ready. Like, we don't allow the space of being able to encounter the things that we're energetically worried about, right? But when we're in a healthy space, we try to be observant of them, right? We try to notice the things that we could be doing better, because that's the context by which, like, that's where we put that force of effort. Like, that's where we want to direct that work. And so that's what I keep on seeing is happening right now across the frequencies in relationality to working through a lot of these temperance lessons. And you notice that we always see that there's a theme that's occurring, and it always starts with the energy and separation. The previous theme that we saw that was happening in a lot of those relationships was the magician partnerships, building into the authenticity of the self. But this is why we recognize it's not enough to be authentic. If you're authentic and you're authentically a jerk, that's not something to be, that's not something to be proud of, right? It's working through and understanding what it is that we're trying to do in a better way. It's working towards the mutual effort, right? And this is what we mean about the relationality of understanding that the lessons always build upon each other, because there's always something more to learn. So we see that what we're effectively happening right now is that it's the identification point or recognition that as we find, like, it's not just about being authentic, but it's also being mindful, right? It's authentically mindful. And that ability of being authentically mindful is one that feels like the gift that we bestow upon those around us. And I always like to point out, if you're worried, if you're worried that there's something that you're doing and you're asking yourself if it's from the space of the ego or the higher self, always reaffirm and understand a healthy manifestation is one that can be mutually shared, right? It's the observation of being able to put that force of energetic caring towards those around you that allows the context by which everything can begin. So we see even now that for a lot of the energy working through that, this is why these relationships feel like they're so healing, because these are the energies that are articulating upon something that I either see, like, this is why I see right now that there's either energy and separation that has, like, there is some, like, I feel like there is something from the past coming back for some energy and separation right now. But what's beautiful about what we see in terms of the healing journey of the energy and separation is I keep on hearing it's quality, not quantity. And when someone goes away to try to fix something, it's almost like they're trying to build more capacity for feelings, right? I keep on seeing, like, often, like, that distance, it's like the enlarge, like the space by which we build a lot of feelings, but it doesn't necessarily change anything. And that's why I keep on seeing that if these are experiences wherein someone's trying to return and being like, aren't you glad to see me? Another person may potentially be like, what do you have to say for yourself? Right? It's not enough. I keep on hearing your presence is only appreciated in the context of whether there's something that is energetically progressing, is what I keep on seeing. Like, it's not just about, like, the appearance of somebody coming back to a relationship is not enough to heal it. The context by which what one is arriving with is what is determines whether someone is energetically in the space to allow something to be healed, or if somebody's trying to return back to an unhealthy energetic cycle. Meanwhile, we see a lot of these new relationships that are forming right now built upon what? The mutual audacity. And what does the mutual audacity do? Potentially, even some of these energies articulating upon the context by which that has happened in the past, or something is currently happening. And what is the clang clang of the bells that are ringing for them? You have a right to feel that way, right? The observation of working through these journeys together, saying to one another, time does not fix things. Fixing things fixes things. You can't just effectively identify the space by which, again, I keep on seeing Saturn says, I am a guide. I'm not a repairman. I'm not here to fix your, like, I don't do that. Like, Saturn is like, how dare you? Like, how dare you? Right? And this is why we see that these are the energies that are working. And this is the energy that, what are they saying to each other? I promise to value your time. I promise to be energetically clear. And I even see the energy saying, I promise to articulate if there's something that you desire that I cannot bring to you, is what I keep on seeing. Like that is what is beautiful about these relationships that are forming right now. They're promising each other honesty, even if it's not easy. While for a lot of the energy moving deeper into divine union right now, final card for today's spread. Boom, there it is. I told you I would not be surprised right now if there are relationships that are coming into deeper union. I'm seeing questions. I feel like questions are being popped or proposals are being dropped, because I keep on seeing that for a lot of these energies right now, that ability of recognizing and identifying, feeling energetically fortified, right? Like this is the energy that is articulating upon something. And I love it because they're saying to each other, I don't want to move something deeper to change it. I want to preserve what's energetically here, right? This is the energy almost saying to one another, I've never felt more certain about something in my life, because this is the energy that says to one another, through you, I am energetically healed. But what's beautiful about that, remember, these are energies that are acting as clear mirrors for each other, right? And this is what it feels like, because I see even now for masculine and feminine, these are those magician partnerships that build into the relationship of authenticity, right? And it's the energy that aspires for change, but the change that they want to bring to the relationship isn't because it feels like it's conditional. It's the gift that they want to deliver to each other, right? It is the energetic ascension point by which everything can begin. Because the force of care, I keep on hearing, we never become, when we find that sense of alignment, the sky is the energetic limit, right? And I keep on hearing this energy saying, through you, all things can begin, because the energy is not feeling that desperation of having to please another, but the ability to be able to, I keep on seeing, like, finally be in the context of being able to work upon the journey of the self. While for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, that's what I meant about this energy right now, potentially being more frustrating. Because it's working on fine tuning things, right? It's working on fine tuning. And I keep on hearing frustration allows us to fine tune. So if there's something that we could be doing better, like sometimes it's a little bit of that work. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, doing that, like working through those modalities or experiences, the ability to energetically fine tune, I keep on seeing like it's more of the energetic continuation point and being able to articulate upon what one is hoping to do better. And again, finding, like, allowing for that perspective, um, like to be able to, like, I keep on hearing, like, building into that point of being able to, like, I keep on seeing, like, finding a way to be able to define and articulate something, and like I keep on hearing, like, finding that point and being able to really, like, drill down into something that allows one to be, it's like, it's interesting because it's like a comprehensive niche kind of energy is what I keep on picking up on, which is like the understanding of the understanding of something that is comprehensive, because like when you drill down into it, it opens up more, is all I keep on getting. It's like, I know. So there's, like, it's interesting. It's like a comprehensive niche kind of energy is what I'm getting for the energy deep within divine union. Bottom of the deck, yeah, the world card and its reversal. This is just all the retrograde energy. I'm going to say the same thing I've been saying to you guys right now. Um, don't be assuming nothing. Don't be assuming anything right now. I don't want you coming to a reading and telling me I assume the worst. Because like I keep on hearing, when we assume the worst and we take action upon it, right? I keep on hearing, like, don't allow assumption to fortify direction right now. I know it's very tempting. I know it's very tempting, right? Because again, I got to tell you, like, this energy right now, you got, like, everybody's got, like, you got, like, that little tiny short fuse that occurs when you got a bunch of planets like in Aries, makes you real snappy, right? And then something happens and you're like, ah, you know what I mean? But when we're allowing the context of being able to recognize and identify, like, letting a little bit of compassion in, right? Allowing for the benefit I keep on hearing the benefit of the doubt is how we energetically heal, because it's the observation of being able to identify what is possible by bringing our best hope towards it. So make sure that you like make sure that anything that you're bringing into something right now is allowing for the hopefulness of intentionality, which is the observation of being able to articulate how to resolve something, or coming into the context of being able to do something in a better way. Because I keep on seeing that a lot of that work right now, allowing that to kind of fortify experiences, like that's what I meant about allowing the context of being able to work through frustrations and seeing the bigger picture to help ease and help you get that better sense of energetic direction. And that's happening across all of the frequencies. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, August 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Tower card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material if you are a monthly subscriber. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we have learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, you will also receive a complimentary. You also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact moving towards your personal tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to my new Mystic Meditation articles. I just released one yesterday that works us through how to navigate this full moon Aquarian energy most effectively. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again on Monday. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings in just a few minutes. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. And thank you so much. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the fourth person read for. Congratulations, Little Vamp. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your subscriber reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And also, friends, we are at 18.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And Oracle Erica, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, no, your card. Oh, Oracle, sending you so much support, dear. Oh. Thank you for the compliment, Crystal. Let's do it. Welcome, witches. So good to see you today, dear. And thank you for those heart me's channeling. Good to see you as well. What animal spirit that guide card depicts ambition or over ambition? I got to be perfectly honest, Christy. I don't know if any of the animal spirit guide cards would be indicative of ambition. I have to understand, you have to understand ambition is a very human, it's like a very human characteristic. So I don't really feel like there's a card in that deck that would articulate upon that. Thank you, witches. Hi there, Miss Bex. Thank you for the compliment, dear. And thank you as well, Maria. Grand Rising, Haley. Good to see you today. Gabrielle, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for the heart, Ella. Sarah, I've got you on the list today. You've also got an additional card in your reading because you're the first person on the list today. Happy Saturday, Grace. Thank you as well, Ella. Wushu, mutual frustration leads to correct direction. More gems. Tap to claim. It's not indulgent. Tap to claim, Ella. Or an unorthodox approaches to old frustrations. Absolutely, dear. Out of spoons, only forks here. Absolutely. And Sarah, do you do the readings here? Yes, I do them here, Sarah. Unless you purchase a private, in which case we do that privately. You can book private readings on my site. No problem, dear. And Lindsay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. In the club, we are all struggling with this retrograde. Indeed, Wushu. We find pearls. Tap to claim, Ella. Fabulous. Grand Rising. I wasn't able to join the live yesterday. It's okay. The live yesterday was a mess. No problem. I hope you had a beautiful day. We just finished the collective mean. And welcome, Fabulous. How are you doing today, Per? Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. We don't project. Tap to claim. Yesterday, I was tested a couple times. I chose to keep my energy and not reflect. So glad to hear that, dear. Continue to do that work. Absolutely. Thank you as well. Soup, thank you for those heart me's. Separation happens to create love and self-growth. Well, again, it's not a negative space to be in separation. There's energy that prefers to be in separation. You know what I mean? I like to point out one of the things that we articulate here there is not a qualitative approach to where you are on the energetic cycles. It's just different. I know the energy's all right now, Bridget. I know my reunion is happening soon. I've been seeing so many signs. Sending you support, dear. Have a fabulous day. Grand Rising, Team Olsana. I had a 585 in my dream last night. Oh, that's interesting. Happy to read for you on that, Ella, if you'd like to get on the list with the dream reading. I get you get number sequences often. I think that it's really important because we've talked about the fact that you shouldn't see numbers or words in dreams. What a great idea. I received a 3 and a 120 a couple of days ago. I will check it out. I love, I don't know who that is. Can you post that in the Discord, Ella? Thank you for confirmation, Maria. Yeah, definitely. Post the info in the Discord, dear. I'm giving 80s workout video. I'll take it. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that right now, V. I literally said that to him. Thank you for confirmation, Maria. I said 80s Madonna music video. Okay, I'll accept that. I'm not mad about that. Don't go back. I got confused about what the swords represent. I mean, the swords represent different things, but I got to tell you, typically the Suite of Swords, it's working through roughness, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like that's what I mean. Like the fact that we've got a lot of like the one thing I will tell you right now, a majority of this reading is swords and wands, which is like it's working through something in a productive way and like just identifying what's productive versus what's not. Did you fix anything? Yes. It's like communication and intelligent though. Absolutely. I looked it up, but it was a lot. Interesting. What did you look up, the number or swords? Compassion plus frustration equals perspective. Authenticity, tap to claim witches. Time doesn't fix things. Fixing things fixes things. Tap to claim wushu. I know it's frustrating. The fine tuning doesn't sound like. But here's the thing: we're seeing even now for like a lot of the energy deep within divine union, like it's working through frustration to fine tune things, right? It's like it's a lot of like I keep on saying it's like a lot of that work in relationality to articulating what it is you're trying to do in a better way. I need an outlet for it. I need solutions. I decided to do that. I think that's part of the problem. Oh my God, you said it would come out. I did, didn't I? I did. I did say it would come out. There it is. It was waiting, It was waiting. Besides, it's a sauna outside. I've read a book, watched a series, and knit a blanket. Nothing has helped. I'm an inside girl. The world card came out. I know. I sent Venmo. No, I got you, Sarah. You're the first person on the list today. Grand Rising channeling. So good to see you. Yes, you can absolutely redeem that reading, Nikki. I'll put you on the list right now. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for. Maybe she did. I thought the world would be. You're right, though. I forgot to take my stone outside. Absolutely. Post them on the disc. Yes, girl, I got to learn to do that. Did you post yours? Is refusing. Wait, who's Ella's refusing to join us at Discord. Come to us. I literally don't know how to do it. No problem, Ella. If you have any issues with this, just let us know and we'll do our best to get you in. I believe I accepted Haley the other day. I posted my knit projects, but I put a diamond painting. Ooh, paint by numbers. The Discord is magical. Come on, Ella. I appreciate the peer pressure. I like the peer pressure. I love that. Don't leave us. Hold on a minute. You're so welcome, Sarah. Hold on a minute. I need to catch back up. I lost my spot. Okay. I think I signed up. Absolutely. I just saw a frog in my backpack. I'm guessing frog today. You better pull ones. Wait, you saw like a real frog? Oh, in your backyard. I thought you said a backpack. I was like, well, how to get in there? I had a liminal space brief dream where I put my headphones in the fridge. We can read on it. We can get on that like we can definitely read on that, Nikki. I will do. I did make a TikToks of my art journals, but not sure how far back they are. Yeah, make sure, listen, guys, make sure if you head over to our Discord channel, you hit the member services, you'll be able to see the offerings that everybody in the collective is giving right now. So we can support each other across the platforms. Screen save this. Hi there, Minnie. I had the strangest dream last night. Get on the list with it. I'm happy to interpret it. I haven't had much time to do art stuff lately. It's a good energy for creativity right now. Put the numbers in the Discord. Absolutely. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Miss Nikki. You're so welcome yeah, absolutely. I looked up the Suite of Swords. It's basically, no, here's the thing about it. It's conflict, but it's not necessarily negative, right? Because it's like conflict or challenges, possibly silencing food noise. I like that. Not in her backpack. No, that would be very different. Yes, I can work with snippets. If you have the snippets of dream, we can utilize the snippets to try to piece together the what was missing. I feel like this energy is pulling me back to the past without my permission. No, I mean, that's what it does. You know, like this much energy in retrograde, like I'm not surprised you feel like that, Bridget. I don't need to see anything else from a different perspective. I've seen every one. But that's the thing that's nice about it, right? Like when you have the ability to observe others' perspective, sometimes that just fortifies your own opinion on something, you know? The dream interpretations are amazing to witness. Oh, thank you, Ryan. I do my best. My new job's laptop allows me to have the disc on the computer. Oh, that's great channeling. That's wonderful news. That's exciting. All right, guys, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The first person we are reading for today, also friends, we're at 21.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. First person we are reading for today is going to be Sarah. Sarah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. But before we get started, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 'Twas the adder. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Welcome to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. I know, well, it's not, here's the thing, Amiel, it's not that the retrograde's on the verge of being over. The Mercury retrograde is on the verge of being over. Mercury retrograde is on the verge of being over on the 11th. The other planets are still in retrograde. Hi there, welcome from South Africa. You're welcome to ask questions, but if you want a reading, well, Wesley, you have to send a donation in order to have cards pulled. Okay, thank you so much, dear. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today across the other platforms, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. All right. I trusted you. Oh, it'll come up, snack. I love when you say snack, Ryan. All right. I'm going to pin up Sarah here, guys. Make sure to give Sarah a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. I want to ask and look at the energy between you and the individual, and I want advice for helping to promote. Hold on a minute, just finishing what you wrote here. Helping to promote communication between us. I got you. Can I please get 4 cards, please, for Sarah on promoting communication? Oh, you got extra cards here. So, Sarah, the thing I keep on seeing that I think is really important, is this person in like proximity to you? I feel like there's like, I see something here that feels like it's a logistical concern. I feel like I'm identifying something here. Thank you for confirming they're out of town. Okay, thank you. Um, you know, one of the things I keep on seeing is, you know, I keep on hearing we can be away but still communicate. Is all I keep on hearing. You know what I mean? Like it's saying to me, I keep on hearing healthy communication. Um, I feel like there's something that needs to be said in relationality to I feel like I keep on seeing someone with like a very, very busy schedule. I'm seeing somebody who like has a very like they've got like a very, very like there's like I don't know if they've got Aries energy here, but um you know, there's something that I see that's happening um as it relates to them being like I keep on seeing uh like what's up with this sensitive subject I keep on seeing, you know? I keep on seeing there's some kind of like there's some kind of hypersensitivity upon something. Um and I don't know if there was like I don't know if this person got like snappy with you on something or something here, but I think the most important thing that I think the thing you have to say to another person is um, when we hold on, I'm just I'm trying to get the best way to explain what I'm seeing and how to explain it. Sometimes we talk about our feelings not because we want another person to do something about them is what I keep on getting. I keep on hearing it's good to connect, which is the space by which we articulate upon something, not to not to identify that there's a problem, but to articulate upon why something is so energetically important to us. And I see someone who is very, very, very solution focused, which is the observation. I keep on hearing someone say, like, I almost have like a situation of you of someone like talking about their feelings. Fire signs have a tendency of doing this. Fire signs are really bad at this. Like fire signs, when you talk about your feeling, you're like, what are we gonna do about it? You know what I mean? Like it's like, why are you telling me this? Like what is this like what does this mean? You know what I mean? Like it's almost like the energy that gets like really, really like tripped up because you have to understand fire signs like never talk about their feelings unless they're trying to like unless there's something important that needs to be energetically communicated. Now, I'm saying this because I have someone like here that feels like they're a problem solver. And so make sure, you know, if there was if there was something that you articulated, make sure that you help another like and I need to point this out. We do the work. I'll put it this way, and this is what I'm getting with like how you ask what you can do to help a situation, right? If this is something that keeps on happening between you and another person, um, make sure that you're not expressing the emotions in a way that make them feel like they have to solve them, right? So like it's not the space by which another person says like we don't say to someone, for instance, you're making me feel very like you're making me feel lonely or you're making me feel sad, right? The observation of saying, hey, you know, I'm feeling like this, you know, could we try doing this, right? Like offering the solution in the space by which you're able to identify and recognize what you're feeling, but then also giving someone what they need to effectively do something in a better way. um, I feel like with an energy like this, it's going to be, it's going to allow for a lot more productivity because I almost see someone, especially if you've noticed that they're not someone who typically talks a lot about their feelings, right? I almost see someone who takes like a very, very pragmatic approach to things. So often, if someone's very pragmatic about their feelings and another person just starts talking to them about their feelings, but not with a clear sense as to why, it can create a little bit of anxiety. So make sure you're saying to someone, like, make sure you're clarifying to someone and saying, hey, can I unpack something with you? I'm not seeking anything from this. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling, like almost giving someone the reassurance as to why you're articulating upon something, or if there's something that you're feeling that isn't positive, not just articulating the fact that you feel like that, but being able to identify to a person what they can do to help, like to help ameliorate or to help heal that feeling is going to potentially allow for a bit more productivity in this energetic connection. Bottom of the deck. There's something to be said with the strength card in its reversal. I want to know what you guys were talking about is what I'm seeing. Because the thing about, I keep on hearing, if there was something that did they say something to you that upset you? Is what I'm seeing. I also think that, like, I keep on hearing this goes both ways, which is if there was some kind of if there's something that they, like, I keep on hearing, like, if there was something that doesn't make sense to you, right? I do feel like there's an like a conversation to be had about making sure that you're getting clarity on something, you know? Like a healthy conversation doesn't say I'm out of here because it doesn't leave things unsaid. So if there was something, if there was something that bothered you, like, this is not saying that it should be something that is swept under the rug. Like, you're allowed to get clarification on something, because I do feel like I feel like there's something here that doesn't make sense, and I almost see you trying to, like, put something together to a certain extent, um, and I don't feel like, like, I keep on hearing the the opportunity to identify and offers, like, I keep on seeing, like, especially if there was something that you offered and I got very, like, temperamental or touchy about it. I feel like that's, like, I keep on hearing we don't let things go to the last minute, which is the space by which we, like, make a plan with someone and we don't say I'll get back to you. We just, like, I keep on hearing we just let someone know if we're energetically in or not, because I keep on hearing, like, we make plans upon what we prioritize, which is the space by which we commit to one another ahead of time. So make sure that you're in a situation where another person is prioritizing time with you and not leaving things to the last minute, because I feel like there was something that was happening here that felt like it was unnecessarily complicated. And I feel like it's that ability of being able to articulate upon something that will potentially allow for a breakthrough. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Sarah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And also, friends, we are at 22.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. I love Snake. No, I know Mercury retrograde not our biggest problem? No, Mercury in retrograde I do not feel is our biggest problem right now. It's not our biggest problem. Mercury in retrograde right now is a red herring. The frog will come out later. Yes. We will lure him with bugs. Hold on a minute. I feel like the ex is stalking me. It feels like an energetic, oh dear, Bridget, I'm sending you so much support if you feel like that. They're out of town for the weekend, out on the lake. I felt like he was pulling away yesterday. We are exes and rekindling for the last 5 weeks. Thank you for confirming. Things I feel different this time, but we both have anxiety about the connection. Sending you support, Hardy. The sensitive subject is our feelings. He's very guarded with being vulnerable. That's him. I asked if he wanted to go to an event and he said he was going out of town. And his response was basically like, yeah, I hope you enjoy your trip. Huh. And I wanted him to be like, yeah, I wanted to see you too. But he's pulling back right now. The list is nice and short if you'd like to get on the list. And so the one thing I will say right now, especially with this energy, Sarah, and I feel like there's something very, I keep on saying there's something important, like we were talking about this with the Daily Collective. Make sure that you're not running on the assumption of the worst case scenario right now. Like, potentiality, if they said something in that way of being like, enjoy your trip, like not reading unhealthy energy into it, like potentially, I don't know why, I'm feeling like there's something about, um, and I feel like this is the conversation that you can have with someone in terms of like recognizing and identifying if something that they said bother you or if there was something that you were reading into, right? Like like I keep on seeing like making sure that you're not like reading energetic hostility into something is what I'm seeing. If there was something about that they were like trying to like, because I told you like the thing about with like the thing about this type of energy right now is it can create that tendency of reading things the wrong way or getting like working into the context of like the worst assumption on things. So make sure that you're able to identify what was bothering you in relationality to what they said versus what you might have been like if you felt like you were sensing something from it. Again, and that's what I mean. Like I think you put it really well because you said, do you feel like they're pulling away, or do you maybe it's cosmic? I think that there might be something here that is having like the cosmic energy itself is potentially creating a little bit of that space of anxiety. So I keep on seeing like read the best intention into it rather than allowing for the context of the assumption, unless there's something that you were talking towards that you felt sensitive about that you feel like you need to unpack. Thank you so much, Sarah, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common that those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person. Hi there, Kat. How are you doing today? And also, friends, we are at 23.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The next person we are reading for today is, I've got Melly. Melly, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as we wait for Melly's question, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bridget, beautiful job. It's a bluebird. We got the hawk. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. Hi there, Wesley. Thank you for joining us. And just a reminder to anyone who's joining us across the other apps, if you would like to get on the list for today, you can also do so. All you need to do is send the donation via my profile and you will also be added on the list. All right, are we doing a dream? Oh, we're doing a dream interpretation. Wonderful. I'm going to pin up Melly there, guys. Make sure to give Melly a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. All right, where were we? Just bear with me a minute. All right. Is this, oh, it's outside tea. Thank you for confirming, dear. Excellent. And guys, we are also at 24.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Melly, I had a dream that I got engaged. I was extremely happy. It was a cool ring, but somehow the crown silver part broke off. I looked for the pieces, but couldn't find it. I'd also realized the ring may have been borrowed. I went online to look for replacements, looked on the back of the ring to identify it, and a loud ringing noise came about as I brought it closer to my face. I said, okay, I'll push it away. I feel like a lot more happened in this dream, but I can't remember. All right. Can I please get 4 cards for Melly? One more. Oh, wow. Okay, let's talk about it. So you spoke about the fact that in the dream, you talked about the fact that you had gotten engaged. Now, what's interesting about this dream is that you're talking about an engagement, but there's nobody else in the context of the dream with you, right? So we can almost identify that this is potentially the arrival point of coming into an engagement, like with the self, as it were. Now, if there was somebody there, I would like to know, because if there's somebody that was effectively connected to this dream, okay, you are articulating that there was someone there. Thank you for confirming that. So in the context of there being someone else there, this is potentially talking towards the energetic standards that you are holding as it relates to relationship. Because often in the context of a dream, when we see engagement, we have to think about the fact that an engagement is effectively a promise, right? It's a promise that we make to one another. So this is potentially talking about the fact that someone made a promise to you and you were secure in that energetic promise. You also said it was a cool promise because you said it was a cool ring. But then somehow the silver part broke off. You said you looked for the pieces, but you couldn't find it. And then you realized that the ring may have been borrowed. Now, there's something important that we're seeing in relationality to potentially a circumstance or as an experience where you felt like you had a connection with someone, right? And the space, I feel like the thing that we have to identify, and this is often, I need to stress this, This is often why we sometimes build wounds. And I want to describe this. This is almost like feeling like why we build wounds in relationality to experiences of someone going back to someone that they used to have an energetic past connection with, right? The identification point of working through a borrowed ring and further a ring that broke, the crown fell off of it, okay? And the fact that you felt that the ring was borrowed can sometimes be, I feel like a lot of this dream may be working you through the fear as it relates to a past relationship wherein you may have felt that the space by which another person was prioritizing you did not feel like it was in alignment to the promises that they were making with you, right? Because it's the identification point of an engagement ring that feels like the crown fell off. I think it's really interesting that you identified and you said that it was a ring, but then you brought up the fact that there was a crown on the ring. Rings don't typically don't have crowns, right? But that's why the crown is so significant, because the crown is effectively the identification point of the fact of the meaning of what the ring is supposed to articulate, right? The ring becomes important not because somebody promises something with you, but because the meaning of the ring is that they will prioritize you above all when it comes to making energetic decisions. So this could be helping. I feel like this is almost a guide that's potentially helping you heal from some sort of aspect of relationship where it feels like someone is articulating the fact that they're energetically committed to you, but their actions seem to indicate otherwise, because the guides are almost saying, without the crown that comes with the ring is effectively meaningless. And then you saw and then like trying to get to the understanding point on why someone would effectively commit towards us but not prioritize us. This is you saying that you recognize that the ring may have been borrowed, and then you said that you were looking on the back of the ring to try to identify it or to look for replacements. And you said that the loud ringing was coming out as you brought it closer. It's the observation or working through the anxiety point of a relationship that another person may not feel fully invested in, but rather feels like it's more for show, right? Which is why you are hearing a noise connected to the ring, right? That the ring was not one that was giving you a crown, but something that was energetically loud. This is often the context by which we experience a wound, because it's the observation, and we've talked a lot about this. We don't build into healthy relationship to observe or to, like, in the space of another person, to generate another person's attention, right? The intention of a healthy relationship is one that is based upon the prioritization of the partners within it, not in the context of others hearing about it or learning of it. So I feel like this is potentially articulating upon some kind of anxiety or fear that you're working on in the context of relationship, where you may be working or trying to resolve the energetic feeling of an experience in terms of, and this is how the guides are almost like showing it to you, that says a healthy, like, and this is the allegory that's coming through in the dream, a healthy relationship is a ring that has a crown attached to it. So the ring is the commitment promises the prioritization of the counterparts within it, not something that is being done to generate the attention as it relates to another person hearing about it and having some kind of reaction to it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the Nine of Cups in its reversal. I feel like, the nice thing I like to point out, the reason we can tell, that this is a guide dream is because guides never tell us what direction we need to go in. Guides give us the things we need to be able to understand what direction feels best for us. So I feel like what's beautiful about this is the guides were effectively giving you a message that was effectively saying, if you're working through some kind of energetic problem in relationship, I feel like the overarching message of the dream is saying a An energetic relationship does not need to be shouted from the rafters, is what I keep on hearing. You don't need to like scream it from the rooftops, because you don't really, it's like, you don't really, it's like, it's interesting too, because it's not this, and I keep on hearing, you got it. This is why we talk about healthy relationship has perfect pitch. And perfect pitch is one that doesn't go, shh, don't tell anybody we're in relationship, right? Nor does it say, hey, everybody, did you see what I did? It's like, it's helping you understand the perfect pitch in the relationship that says the healthy relationship is happy for others to know. It's something that they feel joyous in sharing, but they don't, you don't go like, you don't go out of your way, because you're not doing it to like articulate to another. You're not focused on whether another person sees it or not. So I feel like this is something that the guides are bringing forth to you to help you work through or resolve some kind of anxiety that you may potentially be having in relationality to a counterpart connection. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 26.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. All right. And thank you for that gift, Hardy P. All right. Very interesting. Yeah, there were the friends and them. That makes sense. I know you said past relationship, but I wonder if it's my current one. I feel like, and I like to point out, the reason we can see this as a guided message is the guides are saying, like, let this help calibrate to help you resolve like what it is you're experiencing and how to move forward. That's funny because you mentioned that, because he mentioned that his mother asked where I was, and he said he didn't know, and she questioned why he doesn't know, right? Like that would be like, you remember, like the crown, like that's almost somebody saying like, you should have that, like, why don't you know where your crown is? Like, why don't you know where your crown is? Perfectly stated, right? Yeah, I think there's some association with that as well. Absolutely. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap, Nikki. Yep, I've got you on the list, Per. And thank you again for sharing that reading with us, Melly. And thank you, and sending you so much support on that journey. The next person we are reading for today is Nikki. Actually, apologies. Bridget's next, and then Nikki. It's Bridget, Nikki, and then Per. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. All right. All right, Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Oh yeah, Lisa, you can absolutely get your extra card from yesterday. And while we wait for Bridget, oh, Nikki can go first. Okay, great. Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And while we wait for Nikki, let's do an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bull. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. Nikki, what are we reading on, dear? And just a reminder for anybody who'd like to get on the list right now, we do life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance, past life, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, dream interpretations, akashic readings, animal mind, body, spirit readings, and mediumship. Cow bull. I mean, honestly, there's a cow though in the deck. You know? I mean, normally I might accept that, but there is a cow. I feel like that's being very disrespectful for the cow on the deck. Can you let me know if we're doing a general? Or if you have a specific question, Nikki, guidance, just overarching guidance. Okay, hold on. And I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. I want to do something similar to the mind, body, spirit reading. Yep, I got you, dear. Okay. Mind, body, spirit. Thank you. And one card. Oh, wow. Okay. That's interesting. So what I'm effectively seeing in, I feel like one of the hardest things that's happening right now in relationality to the mind body connection is I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of this past, you've got a lot of past karmic energy. I gotta stress this. Like this is saying, like this is feeling like you healed, like so you had some kind of like karmic milestone in healing from a situation or circumstance. Um, you know, and I gotta like, and I feel like this is what's so painful about it. I don't approve. Like we heal from I don't approve of you when we start saying I don't exist for your pleasure. Is what I keep on seeing. I don't approve of you heals when we start saying I don't exist for your pleasure. And I feel like there's something really significant and important about that because I see some energy that was trying to get you in some kind of modality of rejection. Like this is giving me like nitpicking to the highest degree, which is like the space by which another person is like, can you stop doing that? Can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop? I'm hearing a lot, no, you can't, you know, like this is giving me a lot of this, like, it's giving me a lot of like, like, and when I keep on hearing, when someone is energetically, and here's the hardest thing, right? When we are not in a space of having good self esteem, and another person starts coming into the space of constantly criticizing us, the thing that we often don't recognize is they're not saying that because we're doing something wrong. They're saying that because they want to change us. And so I feel like that is kind of the hardest thing that I see that you had to heal from, because it feels like I see you having to go have had like having gone through like a lot of this work where it felt like you were scrambling to meet someone's approval. And I keep on hearing like, this is why those that long for cake never get any, is what I keep on hearing. This is why those who long for cake don't get any, because if the minute you get cake and the minute you start saying, this isn't the type of cake I like, then you lose cake. Is what I keep on getting. Like it's literally, I literally see situations where energy would like chase after you, is what I keep on seeing. Like you could not beat them off with a stick. And then they turn the stick on you, is what I keep on seeing. And if you're asking yourself what make it make sense, is because like I feel like there's a lot of that energy that has to understand that you can't idealize someone at a distance and then question their methods when you're in their proximity. Is what I keep on hearing. You can't. you can't idolize someone at a distance and then suddenly like like question their methods in proximity. And so that's why I keep on seeing that a lot of that healing that you're doing right now as it relates to some of those past connections. And I just keep on hearing like someone saying, you're not, and like I would not be surprised if you had a lot of relationships that someone walked away from you and they tried to like destroy you by saying you're not all cracked up as you're not as cracked up as you claim to be. You're not all you're cracked up to be. And you having to say you that you don't exist for their benefit, right? And it's like the minute I keep wondering, the minute you say I don't exist for your benefit, you recognize that that's not a failure point on you. That's a failure point on them, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on hearing when we care about each other, we don't we don't we don't hold the ideal higher than we hold the reality. And I feel like that is something that is significant that I see that's, and I wouldn't be surprised even now if you've got energy, and I feel like this is the hard part. I would not be surprised if you got a lot of energy from the past, like that potentially tries to come back to you, having expected fully that they weren't trying, I keep wondering, they weren't trying to walk away from you. They were trying to get you in some kind of like, I'll do anything. Like I'll do anything. It's gross, is what I'm getting. It's gross. Like that's always, there's nothing sadder than when someone walks away expecting that it's going to elicit an I'll do anything. And instead they encounter the closed door in terms of you kind of like finding, like putting, like I keep on hearing, like putting yourself back together again after they tried to pull you apart and moving forward. Um, I feel like the energy spirits, like the spiritual message on this is your peace is precious. Your peace is precious. You've built, I keep wondering, your peace is precious because you've built it brick by brick. Your peace is precious because you've built it brick by brick. And the way you preserve it is when you start noticing someone poking at it, you don't, I keep on hearing, as long as you're doing that work, as long as you're doing that work to understand the difference between something that you're energetically trying to correct versus somebody trying to elicit a change in you because it pleases them to do so, I keep on hearing like that is the difference between you building into a relationship that likes to see you strong versus an energetic relationship where another person is just like, you know, like complaining about your flakiness, but then doing everything they can to make you feel insecure at the same time, is someone literally trying to engender the space of creating vulnerability in another person. So I feel like I keep on hearing, don't let someone twist it. You know, I keep on hearing, don't let someone twist it. Don't let someone try to, don't, I guarantee you, like I guarantee you right now, there's gonna be some kind of energy that's gonna try to say, you know, I feel like there's a lot of this energy from the past, just like you can set a watch to it, you know? It's giving me a lot of energy coming back towards you being like, you know, it's a real shame what we could have had, being like you don't have anything with me, and it's not a shame, it's a blessing. It's you don't have something with me. If you don't have, if someone comes back to you and says it's a real shame, you got to be like, no, it's not a shame, it's a blessing. Is what I keep on is all I keep on hearing, because their shame is your blessing, is what I keep on hearing. When they come to you and say it's a real shame, if only, like, just remember, I just got one of your guides saying it's not, it's, their shame is your blessing, which is the space of someone like pining away in terms of what could have been, failing to recognize and identify like what like if they see it, like the fact that you're energetically flourishing without them, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing your guide say, you know, protecting your peace is often Sometimes it's not recognizing what you need to do more. It's identifying and seeing someone that does not hold it sacredly, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Because when we care about each other, we hold each other's peace sacred, which means we don't try to create problems where problems don't exist. We don't try to we try to work something out within ourselves between versus blaming another person. And I keep on hearing like I see you like moving towards energy that can do the heavy lifting, which is the articulation of not saying that you're perfect, but understanding and recognizing the fact that it's not about perfect, it's about what we're trying to get better at. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, man, look at this. Somebody is like, somebody, look at this. Somebody, like, this is, I'll never understand this, man. You know, like, I'll never understand energy like this. We don't, we like, I gotta tell you, like, energy that I keep on hearing, energy that like, energy that idealizes is farsighted, right? They always love things best at a distance because they're always like, why do you look so beautiful from far away? It's like, because you can't deal with the reality that is required to maintain a healthy relationship, right? Everything looks beautiful at a distance, you know? But like that's why I keep on seeing that for energy right now. I keep on hearing there's some energy that you're in their dreams because they fumbled you in reality is what I keep on getting, you know? Like I'm like I see this energy being like, like coming into the context of like trying to wax poetic on something. And I keep on hearing it's not poetic, it's cruel, right? What one person thinks is poetic, another person experiences as cruelty. So I keep on seeing like don't let someone kind of try to come back to you and tell you that something they put you through was like a love story for the ages. Is what I keep on hearing. It's like when someone tries to come back and give you a love story for the ages, make sure that you're giving them a spoonful of a reality check in relationality to how you energetically experience something. Thank you so much for having, and because I keep on hearing the energy that loves you when they're holding you, not when they're missing you. Thank you because they know and understand and recognize how precious you are, not trying to be in the space of changing you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common that those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we are reading for today, I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And I'm getting also, too, in relationality to the mind-body connection, expect more of that to come out. And I'm going to tell you right now, if the further you get from something, the worse it looks. Like, let that reaffirm the fact that you're moving in the right direction, Because I keep on hearing something from your guides being like, oh, I keep on hearing she doesn't even understand the half of it yet. Is what I keep on getting. I don't know where that's coming from. I just heard someone be like, oh, you don't even understand. She doesn't even understand the half of it yet. I don't know where that came from. And Stella, thank you so much for getting on the list. All right. Yep. What's the difference? Hold on, I'm just reading. What's the difference between stag and hind energies? Oh, couldn't be more different. Stag is like working on being energetically protective, right? Like stag energy is more in the space of being proud or being able to kind of like identify and recognize one's own splendor, right? Hind energy is being like is like it's nobody's business but your business. You don't owe anybody an explanation. Hind energy is very much more like hermit energy, which is to say like something's precious for a reason, right? So, and the 2 cards like they're connected. Yes, I don't exist for your pleasure. Nikki, totally yes. A lot of relationships like that in my life, past partners, family. Not sure why you're apologizing, Hardy. I gotta stress, I can't make sense of what you're saying in that comment. If you can phrase that in a way that it's able to be read clear, I'm happy to try to answer that question. How can I communicate with my partner? There's no communication within. Well, communication, it all starts with communication within, right? We communicate, we understand and we communicate within so we can communicate without. A lot of controlling behaviors. Many relationships I had to walk away from because of that type of behavior. I see, like, this is why they're saying, like, this is why it didn't, like, it doesn't make sense, but that's why it makes sense. My previous partner did close the door on me, though, to an extent. A lot of betrayal. Absolutely. Thank you. Sending you support, Nikki. Absolutely. I feel like a lot of the past relationships no, that's what I see. Like, I see some energy, like, I literally see some energy, like, I gotta tell you, like I keep on hearing, like, some energy can't handle an empress, which is the space of saying, like, if I always say point this out, like someone being like, you know, like, it's like, that type of energy. It's like, you looked a lot better before we were together. Being like, I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder what the factor is. I wonder what the factor is. I wonder what happened. It's a real shame. Is it though? Exactly. True. The past one's blocked, but I'm surprised. Yeah, reached out. Super obsessive. I feel like there's something weird there. Yep, it's weird. What's going on? Don't drop an empress. Exactly. Should have left me alone. I don't. Looking at others. I'm still. Make sure you're concentrating on the present, Hardy. Hold on a minute. Yes, I've got one moment, Stella. Hold on. Oh my God, he would totally do that too. He gave me the whole pressure makes. Oh no! Don't. Please don't tell me they did that. They did not give you a pressure makes a diamond speech. I can't. I'm at a loss for words. That's wild. Thank you. You're so welcome. And thank you, Nikki. I definitely don't need a read on this. Yeah. Thank God I found someone who appreciates. Absolutely. You, yeah, exactly. Oh, gee, I love that. Go find coal then. Exactly. Yes, that's the thing. You don't press a diamond. Why are you pressing a diamond? That's dumb. Beautifully said. So the list right now, for those asking, we've got Bridget, Per, and Stella. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. Stefanica, if you'd like to get on the list, I mean, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. A lot of these things keep coming up. I'm like, wow, I disassociated. I mean, I need to point this. No, I don't think you disassociated. Like, well, no, you were disassociating in the relationship, but I feel like you like that's what I mean. You weren't disassociating when you moved away from them. I know I have a lot that's still going to come up, and it needs for me to release it. And I keep on hearing, just continue. Like, I keep on seeing, remember, if you're seeing things clearer, the further you get, that's usually a sign that you're moving in the right direction. You're welcome, Chrissy. Yeah, again, I'm having a hard time understanding what you're writing in the comments, Hardy. Hi there, Heather. Good to see you, dear. Welcome, Dean. How do you're always you, Dean. But again, if you're feeling energetically lost, I'm happy to do a reading for you to help you kind of find that grounding. I know, listen, this Aquarian moon energy can feel a little difficult. Make sure that you're grounding. It's going to be helpful. Yes, salmon energy. Nikki, yes, he did. He was like, we both grew. I was like, oh, like, oh, we both, wow, Nikki. I told you. What did I say? Someone trying to romanticize the cruelty, like that. You're literally you're just. Thank you for confirming what I was reading on, right? Like, someone literally was trying to romanticize and saying I was putting you through that for a reason. Sending you so much support, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list, you should thank me, kind of. Oh my gosh. I cannot. The next person on the list right now is Bridgetta. Rajetta, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like. Oh, there's one of your cards. Yeah. Oh, wow. That's interesting. No problem, Stella. We've got Bridget, Per, and you. All right. Second call right now. Oh, it's on a dream. Okay. This is, I don't know if you've already seen what happened here. We had the two of the two of swords come up, like, and just lay against the other two of swords. So I'm very curious to see this dream. All right. Outside tea is my favorite tea. Oh, before we continue, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I deeply appreciate your commitment to the frog. Alas, 'twas the wolf. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, let's get to it. All right, we got Bridget here. Outside tea. I'm in a backyard under the soft glow of night, the air alive with the low hum of a garden party. 2 long tables stretch out before me, a narrow gap between them. One is draped in elegance, fine china shimmering in the light, expensive wine swirling in crystal, platters overflowing with rich food, and fresh flowers are everywhere. The people are also looking around at the party, whispering and giggling to one another. The other table is simpler. No grand display, but warm, comfortable, unpretentious. I realize I'm not assigned to either table, yet I choose the second. I look around at the women beside me. They look a little forlorn. I smile at them, my voice playful as I say, "Don't worry. The red-headed stepchildren always have more fun. You're not missing a thing." They laugh and relax into the evening. That's all I remember. Can I please have the rest of the cards in this dream, please? And 2 more. So I think I just want to point out how absolutely beautiful it is that before I started the reading, we had that 2 of swords that fell on the table. And I mentioned before we began the fact that it worked in alignment with the daily collective read that we did, because this is how I was seeing those 2 of swords, right? And so that is the duality that we're seeing is reflective in this dream as it relates to the 2 tables that were energetically before you. And let's just break down what we're seeing. Again, this is a guide dream because they're effectively showing you something in a way to help you understand how you frame choices. You identified that there were 2 long tables that stretched out, and you said that there was a gap between them. One was draped in elegance. You said there was fine china and there was expensive wine and there were platters overflowing with food and fresh flowers. And you said that people were also giggling and looking around the party and whispering to one another. And then you talked about the other table that was simpler, and you said there was no grand display, but it was warm, comfortable, and unpretentious. You said that you realized that you were not assigned to either table, but you chose the second. And the important thing to ask is why? Because I see why you chose the second table. But the guides, I think the guides want you to see it. I want to really ask you, do you understand why you chose the second table? I'm going to give you a moment before I tell you why. Okay. So you recognized in the dream, you said, I know you said that I don't think that's the full reason. I don't think that the full reason why you would identify why you chose the second table, because what did you do? You said in the comments that the reason that you chose the second table was because you felt more comfortable at it. But what did you do as soon as you went over to the table? You literally said to the people at the table, we're going to have more fun here anyway. The reason you chose the second table is because you described two tables. One was laden and one was bare. Why was the other table bare when those that had all of the things at the table were not sharing? So you chose the table where you recognize the people at the table were generous, right? They weren't fighting with the other table for the things that they had. They were making the best with what they could do, even given the proximity of the opulence that they were sitting next to. They weren't putting up a fuss about it. Whereas the energy at the second table were enjoying their meal and laughing. Laughing, you literally said they were giggling to one another with the proximity, in the proximity, with the tiny gap for those who did not have what was on their table. So, it's the identification point. And I feel like what's interesting about this is it's telling me the guides are effectively showing us through the dream the context by which even in the context of you saying to yourself, I don't know why, I just feel more comfortable around this type of energy. This is almost helping you to see how the guides see you moving through your own life, right? And if you feel like those moments where you may see someone that's in a space of high privilege without empathy, why you might have less of a desire, less of an inclination to move towards them, right? Particularly, we're feeling that comfortability point in energy that observes and makes the best out of situations. The energy that isn't like I keep on saying, there's someone who's not energetically asking for handouts, but like I almost see like there's something important about that, right? The observation. And I love this about the dream, because even when I asked you, like I said to you, I'm like, why do you think you chose that? And you said, I don't know. I just had a feeling. I just had a feeling that that table was cooler. The guides are like almost giving you this dream to help you understand yourself better. Because again, often I need to point this out. It's not that I can you point this out. It's not that we are all born into privilege, right? We are all born into privilege. Every place we are, everyone has a particular point of privilege, but privilege does not come at the cost of empathy, which is the observation of being able to understand and see the position that others are in, right? And so I feel like there's something really important about the recognition point of that gap in between, because I keep on seeing that energy by which you're not so much concerned with those who try to like put up big appearances, but you're looking more for someone who is energetically empathetic of others' conditions. They're almost like they're showing you their perspective in terms of how they see you moving towards things. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Swords, right? I feel like it's interesting because I think it's really, I remember I said that narrow gap between right? And I think it's really interesting that you articulated the fact that there was that narrow gap, because that narrow gap is like, I almost feel like it's the space by which we articulate upon um, our own blessing, right? Like when we say like there but for the grace of God go I, that is what we talk about with the narrow gap between, because it's the observation that what we have, sometimes it is the effort of our own hands. Like sometimes we work for things, sometimes we work for things, and sometimes we just, we roll the dice. You know what I mean? And so that's why when we are able to be in a space of energetic gratitude, we are energetically mindful of the gap between, because we understand that the difference that separates us isn't much, right? It's not about, sometimes it's not about what we do. Sometimes it's just the way things shape up. And so I feel like there's even the space that you are looking at that tableau and understanding and identifying the narrow gap between. It's the context by which you understand how little how what actually separates one from the other has less to do with another person's, like, you know like, privilege, but more to do with the I keep on hearing, like, the table they arrived at, right? So I feel like there's something really important about that, and I feel like that might be coming up right now, especially if I would not be surprised if you've been having arguments with someone as it relates to the fact that they're trying to defend a position because they say that they worked for it, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like, in a way, I almost feel like, in a way, if you've been having arguments with someone in terms of articulating the fact that they feel like they deserve something because they worked for it, I almost feel like the guides are giving this to you as like a boon. They're like, why don't you bring them this dream to help them understand the context by which it's not the fact that we work, it's just sometimes we arrive at a table that is not as energetically abundant. And the question is, what do we do when we sit at that table? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few moments to read over some of the comments that came through. Also, we hit the 50K milestones, so I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you so much for helping us reach that goal, friends. And if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for. All right. Bridget is very poetic. You're welcome. Absolutely. What a beautiful one. It's a beautiful dream. Thank you for sharing it. This is wild. I can't believe the harmony of these cards is incredible. Like, in relationality to what we were seeing in the dream too. It's beautiful. I know why I fell into the second table. Yeah, bullies bully. But you see that? Did you see what I need to point this out? I didn't even say, you said, I just did it because I like them better. And then you said bullies bully, right? Because you immediately picked up what was going on. Not with the stuffy, gossipy stuff. They seem sad though. Yep. Yes, I've experienced people in those social circles, but I step away from them. I'm always nice, never friends. Interesting. The gap felt significant. Rolling the dice a lot. Yep. Nikki, seems like you're able to straddle both worlds. Yes, exactly. But you choose to side with empathy and less opulence. Beautifully stated, Nikki. Yeah, I've worked for some very wealthy people, but I find more joy helping those who have less. Yep, absolutely. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I mean, I feel like, listen, I feel like the guides are, I think it's interesting. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I feel like the guides are effectively showing this to you to help you recognize how they see something. I almost feel like it's a dream saying you're not giving yourself enough credit, but I feel like the significance of the dream is helping you. I feel like the guides are giving you something to help you through some kind of current like issue you might be having with someone else. That's what I keep on saying. Especially like I don't know if like you had a like especially here with like the rough conversation with the Knight of Swords being in its reversal, you know? Like I would not be surprised if you were having an argument with someone recently and they said like, you know, I'm like I like you know every like I see someone be like everything I made with my two hands, being like yeah, but you know that's not the like so like that's that so has everybody. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is Per. Per, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading? Whoop! Well, those are yours. Or if you have a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as we wait for Per, we're going to do another intuition check. Oh, we got to do our 50K. Thank you for reminding me, goldfish. All right. I'm thinking of a number right now. Thank you. At least I'm consistent. At least I'm consistent. Oh, we're doing a frog reading. I love it. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to think of a number right now between one. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 27. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys see them. No. Ooh, Ava, congratulations, dear. Well done. We will do that again at 100K. And Per, are we doing, you said we're doing a frog reading? Am I correct? Are we doing a frog reading? Yay. Yep, it was 16. All right. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right, where were we? It's okay. Oh, you got it too, Nikki. Ava beat you to the punch. All right, now we'll do the animal spirit guide reading. Ooh, we're doing a past pet reading. You see everybody trying to, do you see everybody just trying to jump over you and make you do a frog reading? Thank you. Thank you for confirming the reading we're doing right now. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I've got you, Per. All right, we're gonna do the intuition check now. If you guys make sure, I'm gonna draw the intuition card. We're gonna count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. I'll let you know who gets closer to it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, Ella, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I feel like spirit's messing with you because they're like a salmon. It's frog related. It's frog related. All right, let's continue right now. Where were we? Okay, I got this. Oh, you got the salmon. Did you pick the salmon? You got the sow. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You got the S. There you go. Good job. Good job. 1 out of 6 ain't bad. All right. Where were we? Okay, hold on. I'm just backing back up to find Per's reading. So we're doing a past pet reading, female, Kisa, with me. Got you. I would also like to know why she was hanging with my backyard Buddha statue a lot. Okay. Let me just pin you up here. And if make sure you give Per a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. Yeah, can I get two more, please? Wow. So 2007 to 2022. Um, that's a like I keep on seeing that's a very long time. But I keep on reading for you, and I keep on seeing that there's something really important that I'm identifying in relationality to how do I describe that? I keep on seeing like there's a lot of protective energy that I keep on reading comes towards you in the form of pets, is what I keep on seeing, you know? And I feel like I would be very attentive if you've noticed like some kind of energetic pattern that happens in relationality to the pets surrounding you. Because I keep on getting like a little bit of this like changing of the guard energy is what I keep on seeing. Um, and I feel like there's something like when I say that, um, like I need to like I think that there's something very interesting in relationality to one of your pets having been your past pet. And that's why I'm asking if you, I want to ask you, do you notice a familiarity in any of the pets that you have now? Because I keep on seeing that and I think that it's being articulated by, by the fact that I see like that when we've got certain energy, I think I've told you about this. When we've got certain energy that is protective of us, then they don't really discriminate about they're not very discriminate upon the form by which they take to be near in our proximity. Okay? And so I feel like when I said that somebody is saying here that they were very energetically protective of you and they said I'll stay as long as I can, I feel like the proximity to them being so close to the Buddha was trying to kind of inform to you to that they will be coming back to you because the connection to the Buddha is like talking towards the energetic cycle of reincarnation. And so I actually I want to just show you the cards that I pulled to help you identify this. You know, like I see someone that like is working through the context of only recognizing that they can be with you for a period of time, right? And they realize I would not be surprised, especially if there was something about the end of their time here. They spent more and more time next to that Buddha statue because I almost feel like it was them trying to articulate to you, saying, like, our time together is drawing to an energetic close, but look at this. You have nothing to worry about. Look at this. You have nothing to worry about. I will be coming back to you, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's a lot of that. It's like, I feel like there was some kind of, it's interesting that you brought that up because I keep on getting that this energy, it feels very angelic. It feels very protective. It feels very much like the space where their priority is making sure. I keep on hearing saying like somebody saying like, I just want to make sure that you're safe. I just want to make sure that you're like, I'm just looking out for you. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was a pet that always wanted to have eyes on you, like or got really anxious if you weren't around, right? Because I almost see them being like, I keep on hearing them say, like, I want to make sure I have eyes on you, which is the space by which they were always just looking out for you and making sure that you were okay. Um, and at the same time, I almost see like there's something about that point about them moving so close in proximity to the statue, which is like, again, because they can't speak, of being like, look for me, look for me. Like I'll be coming back to you someday, right? It's almost like them trying to like articulate to you the fact that, and I think this is really beautiful too, because like the observation of like the, like you see this, like we've almost got like, this is the change is a little thing, it's not, it's a little thing because I'm not going anywhere, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I feel like this is an energy. I keep on hearing like somebody like um, watching you grow, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, I feel like, and I often, this is often what I read for. When I start reading for energy that's more angelic, I often hear things like, it's a privilege to watch you grow, which is the energetic space of being an observer, which is like almost the articulation of like the space by which another person just like wants to make sure you're okay, or wants to make reassure you that you're not energetically alone, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like I see the fact that they were with you during a very insecure time, is what I'm getting. Like a time when I almost see that you were doubting yourself. Um, and I feel like what's interesting about that is like, I feel like it's the energy that kind of was trying to say in some way, shape, or form that they were always rooting for you, is what I keep on seeing. Like the observation of like having to like watch you go through some experiences or situations that made you doubt yourself. But I keep on hearing like coming out the other side. Um, like I keep on hearing like your peace was not something that you found, it's something that you made. And so I feel like it's interesting. I would be curious if they come to you in dreams, is what I keep on seeing. Or I would be curious if these are situations or scenarios where you sometimes see someone in a dream that reminds you of them, is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing like cat energy. But like it's not, I keep on hearing it's not just any cat, but this cat in particular is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like there's something about this cat that was trying to communicate to you frequently as it relates to what they were doing, is what I keep on hearing. Like almost like even like when you're getting into some kind of unhealthy thought pattern, like doing something to like get you annoyed or something to break you out of that unhealthy thought, is what I keep on hearing. Because I feel like even them being by the Buddha statue was telling you at the time, mind your thoughts. You know what I mean? Like mind your thoughts. Don't be thinking about yourself like that, right? Like don't be too hard on yourself. So I'd be very curious about the fact if this cat had a tendency of like kidding you like at moments, or bothering you. Like if you were like sulking and you had those moments where this type of cat would like bother you and be like, oh, why are you doing this right now? They're saying like, that's why, because I almost feel like they're like saying like, cut that out. Like I can, like, I can hear you thinking is what I almost hear them going. Like, I can hear you thinking like bad thoughts on yourself is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like it's like they were helping you through some processes when you were feeling very low. And if they were, I feel like if they were bothering you at those times, it was not that they were trying to annoy you, but they were almost saying like, cut it out. I can hear you thinking. It's, I don't like hearing you think about yourself that way. Because like cats pick up the energy in here real quick, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And for anybody who's joining us across the other apps, if you would also like to get on the list, you can do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Yeah, it's a very beautiful name. I felt like salmon energy in the reading. Yep, in a reading. Yep, that makes sense, Ella. She was with me the same time as the Astral Warrior. Okay, thank you for confirming. All my cats stay with me for approximately 15 years. That's an incredible amount of time to stay. Yeah, that's amazing. And knocking refrigerators, yes. Wasn't that you've heard? Yep, that would be amazing. The cyclical nature too. Yes, my current pet loves the Buddha as well. Thank you for confirming. Wushu, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, I'll be back. Exactly. She was helping you learn to be more assertive. My Luna's like this. You see this? Yes. I feel like my angel babies check on me every day. That's beautiful. She was first a robin bird in my backyard for 2 years. That's wild, Per. My whole life has been like that. That's why I had wonderful kitties around me. That's beautiful. And creative, thank you for the heart knees. I've seen a couple of times in my special. I've seen her a couple times in my special dream space. Thank you for confirming. And she came to me when the Astral Warrior was close to passing. Yes, she was like that. Totally. You're so welcome, Per. And thank you for letting me know you sent an email about the reading, Stella. See, first time seeing you do a past pet reading. Oh, thank you. I do my best. I feel like that one. I feel like I don't feel like that energy's past. I feel like they're here. That's the thing I was getting in terms of that reading. It's like it's a little like I'm back, but like in a nice way, not in a weird way. I know I made it seem weird the way I did it. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, I made it seem weird. The next person on the list for today is, we're doing, Stella's the next person on the list, but before we get started on that reading, let's do another intuition check. And again, it's a great time to get on the list if you want to get on the list right now. All right. It was very shining. All right, we've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back to 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Swan. I feel like the swan is messing with Virginia. I feel like the swan's messing with Bridget. I knew you were gonna post on this. I feel like the swan and Bridget have entered a triggered relationship. There's a lot of there. See, Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right, let's continue. Just bear with me a moment. I just need to pull up this message. And just a reminder, if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. Boo. Pops, your subscription is ending, so if you'd like to renew, I retired the swan, duck and swan, both on top of water. I mean, that's fair. The swan's a runner. The swans are a runner. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. So hold on just a moment. I'm just reading over Stella's message. Okay. So let me, again, we're doing an energetic read. Can I please have, and I'm just going to pin up Stella here. One moment. Where'd she go? Stella, before I start the reading, can you just comment so I know that you're here, dear? I always want to make sure that you're in the room before we begin our readings. Yep. Listen, whatever, like, you don't ever have to like whatever you need, I'm here to read for. Okay. So don't worry about that. And I'm going to pin Yell up here. So just bear with me a moment. Guys, make sure to give Stella a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Can I please get 4 cards, please? What was going on there? I see some, it's interesting too, because one of the things, thank you for getting on the list, Nikki. One of the things that we identify is we don't work. I need to stress this. Idolatry comes in many forms. And the reason why we talk about the fact that it's so negative is because when we look at another person in the way of being an energetic idol, we forget that they have feelings, is what I keep on seeing. And so I see a situation here where I want you to recognize the space by which you felt like you were someone's dream come true is what I keep on seeing. I see someone that was existing in a point of abject misery is what I keep on getting. Like, I see someone who was moving through some situation or circumstance where they were very, very energetically miserable. And so I see a situation where you were that bright spot. You were that energetic light to them. And I feel like it was almost, but the difficulty point is that I keep on seeing. And this is why it's really, really, really important that we do the work to heal the self. And the first way we do the work to heal the self is observing and working in the context of changing our unhappiness instead of escaping it. You know, I see the difference, like the reason an energetic wound was created between you and them is I see the fact that they saw you as an escape from the misery of their energetic existence. I see someone who is observing you, and I keep on hearing you are a dream come true, but you are a dream come true because you are helping someone escape something that they would not face. And in that way, like that's why I keep on seeing like the space by which you identify that someone ghosted you. I see you having trying to move towards someone with the desire of fulfilling a manifestation goal, which is why I would not be surprised that when you started to say to someone, "What are we going to do to change your situation to make this dream a reality?" If this is the context by which another person ran away from you, you have to understand the whole reason they moved towards you is because they were too afraid to change their energetic experience. They were looking to you as an escape from it. And when you started to say to them, that dream could be a reality and the only thing standing in the way is your decisions. That's why I see a situation where you're feeling like someone abandoned you, but I see them having run away because you brought to light the fact that they were too afraid to make that change in order to facilitate something better for them. So I want you to understand the misery you found them in, they still experience. They never left that, right? I don't feel like I see a context where I don't think someone stopped caring about you for a moment. But you have to understand, and this is what's difficult, the care we feel for each other. Care is not a relationship. Care is not a relationship. The way we feel about each other is not a relationship. The commitment to what we are willing to change in our lives, that is the architecture of a relationship. A relationship is built upon the decisions that we make together. And I see that the energetic violation occurred between you and them because it was the illusion or the fantasy. I see someone who was like, they were doing like a little bit of this Peter Pan energy. They're like, oh, I wish I could just run away with you and blah, blah, blah. I wish I could do this. I wish I could do that. But that's why they're wishes, because wishes are the dreams that we're too afraid to reach for. So I feel like this is like, I see this, like this is the space by which you reside within another person. They hurt you because they didn't realize that their dream had feelings, that their dream did not just exist for the moments of bliss that you were creating together. You were building into the context of the life that you hope to achieve with them. So I keep on seeing that every time I read into this and the energy on it, like it's not, I keep on hearing it's not the fact that someone did not have authentic feelings for you, but their fear, right? Their fear, they are not, I keep on seeing like the ability of being able to articulate upon, like, I want you to think about the things that they said to you. Were they talking about plans? Did the passion that they talked about ever move into the space of them talking about the plans? Or were they always talking in the realm of fantasy? So I feel like that's the thing about it. I see someone that holds you dearly, but they were holding you dearly in the space that you were an escape from the banality of the experience that they created for themselves. And I feel like the wound occurred in the modality of them understanding that while they were getting off on the fantasy, you were building into the expectation of what you could have together. So I feel like that is I know that there's that deep complication here. And I need to stress this. When I do readings, I'm never validating anyone. I'm not validating anything I'm saying here. Nothing I'm saying is about me telling you why something is okay. I'm giving you the energetic perspective that I'm reading into as it relates to what was existing between you and another person in order to help you facilitate and heal from what was clearly a very, very energetically painful experience. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you have to understand, like, I see, like, I don't know why every time I read for this energy, I'm seeing someone that feels like they have very little joy in their life. I'm not sure about, like, I feel like I keep on hearing someone, like, I keep on feeling like the crushing weight of responsibility in some way, shape, or form is what I keep on seeing. Like someone who does not feel like they don't like and I keep on seeing, and this is why it's so unhealthy. This is why we do our work to make sure that we're building into authentic experiences, because healthy relationships, healthy lives don't look for escapes. They look for changes. I feel like you need to write that down somewhere. It's going to help you heal in some way. Healthy lives don't look for escapes. They look for changes, which is not the space by which they build a connection with someone in order to facilitate being able to have like vacations from the existence, from the grinding existence of being. It's the changes we make that allow things to be possible. So I see you, like, that's what I meant. I see you as a dream come true to them. I see them as like you are their energetic paradise, but like their space by which they understand people are not vacations, right? Relationships are not space are not. That's why, like, when we go through the context of talking about a fling, there's only one person that ever sees it as a fling. The other person is in a state of deep recovery, right? A fling is only a fling if the energy is both in a space of understanding that what they're creating between each other is finite. It's like that's the only context by which a fling is a fling. You can't call a fling if both energies within it do not see what is happening as finite. Because when one person calls it a fling and another person calls it the start of something beautiful, that's the space that a wound begins. So I feel like that context, like, and that's what I see, like, that is the modality of you being able to recover potentially someone who saw you as an escape from their reality instead of their future waiting to happen. And that's not okay. And that's why we make sure that we are authentic to each other in relationality to the manifestation goals. And it's okay. And it's like, we all have these moments. We all have had those moments where someone has not been authentic to us in relationality to what they hope to gain from us versus what they hope to build with us. But that's why, again, when we're on a healthy spiritual journey, we do our best to make sure that we are energetically clear in relationality to what it is that we're articulating that we desire, and also in the space of being able to embody those manifestation goals. So again, make sure that you're doing that work. And I keep on seeing like some things that'll help you as you continue forward in terms of resolving this experience from the past, is articulating things of the nature of you prioritize energy that prioritizes you and wants the same things as you, right? Not feeling that space of waiting for another person to change their mind or change their manifestation goals, but welcoming in the energetic connection that allows you to have all the joy that you would hope to experience with this person, but in the context of someone that is truly committed to making it energetically happen. Sending you, thank you so much for having that reading with me, Stella. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. I've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I've already got Ava, I've already got your cards, some of your cards out. So we'll just keep those out for now. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for, and I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we're at 68K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Yes. You're welcome, dear. Trauma never goes away completely. Oh, excellent, Nikki. I like that. I have half a mind to get another reading. I think I will. Now I got a whole mind on it. Yeah, did you see the first two cards? Thank you. I'm glad that I hope these messages help you on your journey, Stella. It was real, but an escape. That is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. Exactly. They never had plans. It just felt like it. Yeah, I see. That's what I keep on seeing. And sending you that, and that does not. And listen, me articulating that does not make that okay. I'm just telling you what I was reading into in that energy. Bottom of the deck, it does look like Peter Pan, and that's what I keep on seeing. I need to point this out. This is why, like, Peter Pan only is Peter Pan to Peter Pan, right? To everyone else, it's like, why is this wild kid running in and out of windows? It's not romantic. It's very tragic when you're not viewing it from the perspective of the main character, is what I keep on seeing. That was what was coming through with that bottom of the deck energy. I feel like my ex was like this. Yeah, I know. It's not okay though. Like, even in, again, like, being another person's sweet escape, like, that can be energetically cruel if you're not being clear in terms of what it is that you're hoping to build with another person. It's very rough. And that's why we don't do that. Yep. Yeah, you see the cards. No, the cards have been flying out. It's like ever since this Aquarian full moon was coming out, the cards are like, boop. Ooh, we're doing a Akashic reading. Excellent. Okay, cool. All right. And before we get started on Ava's reading, can I please let's do another intuition check. Got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let this just be evidence that I have no poker face, because it took me really really hard not to smile. The frog came out. You got it. That was my poker face. Did I do okay? I'm not good at it. Oh, well done, Purr. We finally got the frog. I was like, hold it together. Hold it together. All right. Frogs eat bugs. I thought you tricked me today. All right, we're doing the Kashik right now for hold on a minute. Where's Ava? Where'd she go? Boo, boo, boo. Dun, 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 dun. Where'd Ava's question go? I just saw it. Hold on a minute. I'm just trying to find her. Oh, there you are. Yep. Thank you. Can I please get? Yep. Can I get one more card, please? Oh man. So I think there's something really interesting. I would not be surprised if you had an experience where there was a lot of responsibility thrust on you too early, is what I keep on hearing. You know, this is, I keep on hearing like an ode to joy doesn't put much consideration in terms of how joy might feel about it, is what I keep on seeing. Because I almost, there's something to be said in recognizing and identifying, um, like the responsibility that others place on us as it relates to, I feel it, like the way I can describe this best, I'm trying to find a good way to articulate it, is everybody says they want the best for us until we start doing the things that we want to do. And then we find out really quickly if what if they want what's the best for us or what they want what's best for them, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something very important that I'm identifying in relationality to the work that you're here to do in helping someone understand the difference in that, which is understanding that the force of care only, like when we start applying a force of care about things, it's only it's like it's only unconditional in so much as we start to move in the direction that we feel is best for us. And I feel like what's hard about that is I see some, and I feel like there's something important in terms of another person seeing you. And this is why, like, I gotta tell you, like, this is why we follow our bliss and we don't get into the space of making sacrifices to another person and then saying, like, I've sacrificed so much for you. Because I keep on hearing you haven't sacrificed anything unless someone has asked you to sacrifice something, is what I keep on hearing. Right? It's like you can't, like I keep on hearing, you can't make choices are not sacrifices if you're making them. Like, it's not a choice, is not a sacrifice, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like there's also, I actually, like, I need a pen. I need to write down some stuff here. Hold on. Yeah, it's interesting. That's what I mean. Give me a sec. Um, Yeah, so it's saying to me, like, the thing about it that's important is the understanding. And that's what I mean too, because and I wanna stress that there's something important that happened in relationality to prior to us beginning the reading, which was like I was looking for your comment and I couldn't see it. So it's almost like I need to describe, like, I feel like this has required you to have to go through a lot of experiences where someone says, if you only knew the things that I did for you, right? If you only knew, like, I care about you, right? And I almost see you saying to another person, if you care about me, where is this care that I've heard so much about? Like, where is this force of care? Where's this force of care I keep hearing about? Because I don't, I mean, I hear it. I see you almost saying to someone, like, I hear it. I hear a lot about the force of care, but I don't see it, is what I keep on seeing. Like, that's what I feel like is important in relationality to the work that you're helping others through. Because I keep on hearing care is air until we start helping another person get the like do like care is air until we start doing things, helping another person to do the things that they want to do, not because we want them, but because they want them, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that has been a big issue in relationality to working through some karmic lessons, because I almost see some energy, like I almost feel like I keep on hearing like there's a lot of owed energy to you around you, which is energy that always, like, I keep on hearing when I hear owed is like someone being like, let me tell you how much I care about you. And you having to like kind of like, I see like you almost having to like put your foot down and say, words mean nothing without action, right? The understanding that it's easy. I keep on hearing it's easy to write a song about it, but the ability to like, like articulate upon what one is trying to do, that is not, that should not be conditional upon one's own limitations. So I feel like, I mean, the one thing I think is happening right now, I would not be surprised if you're going through a lot of changes karmically, because I feel like that is what I see that you've energetically healed from. The energy that like starts with the premise of saying, well, I care about you. And you kind of reaching that moment. I feel like the moment that you moved out of the fantasy of another person's care and said, I'm tired of hearing about this care. I'm tired of hearing about all this care that you hold for me. Where is it? Is it like, where is it? Show me the care, is what I keep on seeing. Stop telling me how much you care. Show me show me the direct action of that care. Because I feel like this is you kind of like articulating that care is unconditional when you help another achieve something that is not your own, right? Like care is the space by which we don't care what another person does. We just care about them, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like, I feel like it's hard because I see you having to like embody, or I almost see energy being like, why are you being like, like I almost feel like I see someone being like, why are you running? Like trying to articulate that you are avoidant in some capacity. But I almost see you saying to another person, I'm being avoidant of situations that make me feel obligated to a care I have not experienced, but have only been told tales about, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something about that that's really important, because I keep on seeing that like when you are that in itself is what is allowing you to find what is in alignment to you, because it's the observation of, I keep on seeing like the force of gesture, if you will, which is the space by which we understand that the care we express is also the care we inhabit in relationality to, um, like saying, what can I do, instead of how dare you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this Six of Swords here, I feel like I can see the fact that this has required you to have to walk away from some situations where potentially another person may have potentially tried to, I just keep on seeing like situations or circumstances wherein, um, like another person was trying to articulate to you like their disappointment, but I keep on getting the same message that like it's like our disappointment is not deliberate. It's not the space Like it's almost like the energy, and I feel like that's like I would not be surprised if your awakening was in alignment to you being able to be in a space where someone says like I'm disappointed in you, and then you having to say to another person, well, what were you expecting, right? It's not about the fear of disappointing others, right? When we understand our mission, then we delight in disappointing those who have different plans for us, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's been something really difficult in relationality to that in terms of situations or scenarios where another person um, potentially like created like situations or scenarios wherein, you know, I keep on hearing like, you know, no choice, like I almost feel I would not be surprised if like if you had a situation where someone was like or else and you're like I choose else. You know what I mean? Like I choose else because that is what I effectively see is what it means to love unconditionally is you don't find love where you hear the word or else, because when someone says or else it's like you're like well that's not conditional, like that's conditional is what I keep on seeing. But I feel like that ability of recognizing that and identifying it is helping you find what feels like it's in alignment to you and understanding that it's not too much to ask to be able to be in your authenticity. But I also feel like it's hard because I almost feel like there's some energy that may have articulated to that to you, but they didn't I keep on hearing they didn't they did, you know what I mean? Like, and that's what I mean. I keep on hearing like you may have had a lot of situations where I say like we say what we mean and we mean what we say and we don't say things to get our way, because I almost see like you having to be in a space of um, recovery from someone like caring so much that they grew hyperbolic, and while as you were being like you like when someone's hyperbolic, they lose the joy of our authenticity because we stop trusting them, is what I keep on seeing. So it's like I would not be surprised if you had some situations where someone comes back from the past and says you were too good for me. But the like that's what I mean, like the pain, I want to say like the deliberate pain of another person that recognizes something like only too late, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the acknowledgement of error that does not grant back proximity. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And also, friends, we are at 68K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. There was care, but not really emotionally. Thank you for confirming, Ava. Hold on a minute. Oh. Oh, dear. They were annoyed at you for that? I'm sorry to hear that, dear. Show me the Carfax. Yes. And thank you for getting on the list as well, Per. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, we've got 2 more spots available before the list will be closed. Yes, we aren't doing the or else energy anymore. This relates to past relationships too. I appreciate you as well, Ava. Thank you again for having that reading with me. All right, let's continue right now. How are you doing today, little bit? Hope you're having a beautiful day. All right, the next person we are reading for today is, I saw that you got back on the list, Per. The next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And while we wait for Nikki's reading, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when I get to 1, we will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, where were we? I got you on the list, Per. Yep, Alexandra. Can you confirm? Can you give me the initial where you sent it, dear, and I'll confirm if you're on the list? I mean, I gotta say, you were close. Like honestly, that I mean, lamb or sheep, it does look kind of similar to that. So I get it. Just bear with me a moment, dear. Hold on a moment. Hold on a minute. All right, I got you on the list, Alexandra. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got one spot available before the list will be closed. All right, where were we? Oh, Bridget. No, I've got you on the list, dear. Yep. I've got you after Nikki. Yep. You're on. I'll read the list right now for anybody who wants to confirm. The list we have right now is Nikki, Bridget, Per, and Alexandra. And we've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. All right. The next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Also, friends, we're at 68K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Nikki, if you could let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I haven't seen you come. Oh, okay, got you. It's on the Discord. Thank you for letting me know. All right, and just a reminder to anyone who's getting on the list, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can post it in the Discord if you are a subscriber, or you can put it in our subscriber only or you can put it in the notes when you send the donation. There is a spot left, Chrissy, if you'd like to secure a spot on the list. Okay, it's not a dream. Okay, that's fine. What do we got? All right, let's see. All right. Hold on a minute. Okay. Is this outside T? Oh, it is outside T. Okay, but T1 is inside. Okay, I've got it. Okay, I see. All right, let me just read over this for a second. Got it. All right, I'll read the outside part, okay? Okay, going back to the wounds that we touched on in the last reading, I want more clarity from my guides on how to heal or what I need to know about each relationship to help me heal. What am I missing that could help me in my healing journey? As I said, things keep coming up, and I feel like I've healed to a certain extent, but entering into a new partnership is opening back up a lot. I don't want these things to hinder my current partnership. And thank you for getting on the list, Chrissy. And the list is now closed. All right. Contextually, I think my wounds primarily stem from my past two relationships. Partner one, we were together for 8 years. I was always criticized. I felt like I lost myself, a lot of myself. I think I have a lot of intimacy wounds from relationship. I often feel coerced or pressured into intimacy. I often felt coerced or pressured into intimacy, feeling like an object rather than a partner in that way. Two, very toxic and manipulative. The one that gave me the pressure makes diamonds conversation after our ending. He betrayed me heavily. He was my coworker. He essentially groomed me, fed me a dream and a lie. Said I was his dream girl, his fantasy. Once he got me, the toxicity started. When I tried to set boundaries, he would stalk and harass me. I felt like an object again, and he was obsessive, constantly crossing boundaries. He's the primary reason I felt called to leave my previous job. I didn't want to stay connected to that energy. All right. Wow. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear, especially with what you also provided in the context of the information. Okay. And can I please get guides? Thank you. Okay. So in the context of the first relationship that we saw, I feel like the thing you have to recognize is um, when we don't know ourselves, it can be it's much more, we are much more susceptible to another person telling us that we are failing at doing something. And I feel like that, like, I feel like there's something to be said in a relationship where somebody felt like you were not filling a role. Like this is saying to me, and I feel like this is something that you've healed from profoundly, because when someone comes towards us and says, these are your duties, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like somebody saying, like, this is what you signed up for. And if you're not doing something, then like you are failing, you are not being good at what you said you would do. I feel like there's a lot I keep on seeing. It's like it's giving me the context of another person, like not necessarily looking for you as a partner, but like looking at you as an energetic caretaker, and then like getting upset when you weren't doing everything effectively, is what I keep on seeing. Like this is the energy, like, and again, sometimes those moments happen when like we just like I keep on hearing like I would not be surprised if these were situations where someone had you like, convinced that you were just like that there was something like deeply, deeply, profoundly wrong with you, because everything I keep on seeing is like I almost feel like I see somebody who kept on stacking responsibility on you, and then being like tut 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 when you started cracking under the pressure. You know what I mean? And I feel like there's a lot of that energy there. Like I want to say like the recognition in terms of healing from that is I keep on hearing relationships aren't bakeries. You just got to write that down. Relationships are not bakeries, which says you don't look at someone and say like, hey, you're not filling out the role. Like there's no roles in a healthy relationship. Relationships are not bakeries. And I feel like that to a certain extent, is important, because I almost feel like there was almost like, I almost feel like there's, it was like I would not be surprised in a context of that if somebody was like, that relationship potentially, came to the seams when you just started matching energy, right? Like I almost see a situation of you being like, I'm not, I feel like it's the observation of understanding. I keep on hearing, if if a relationship falls apart when we start energetically, and I need to stress this, it's not match, it's not matching energy if you just recognize that you started doing something the same way another person did, like was going to do it. Because I almost see you saying like, I'm not going to be, like I'm not going to be, like if you can't, if this is not here without me holding it, then there's nothing there to begin with, is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me, I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't a situation where the laundry started piling up. You know what I mean? And like if the place started looking like an energetic disaster or something like that. Because I almost see like, it's like I almost see you like going on strike in a way and being like, I don't have to do this. It's like, like there's something to be said about that. Um, I think that there's like, I know, and I feel like I feel like the thing that you can kind of recognize to heal is, it should not, a relationship is not one. A relationship, it cannot be built in the context of another person holding the sky up for another person, is what I keep on seeing. We don't hold, I keep on hearing a healthy, your guides are saying a healthy relationship, we don't hold the sky up for each other, which is the context by which we say, if you cared about me, you do this. It's the energy that we do something for the joy of it, not in the, not no, like I keep on hearing, it's not Atlas energy, which is saying like, if you cared about me, you'd put up with it, is what I keep on seeing. Um Now, for the energy, the other relationship that you're talking about, I feel like that energy caught you at a vulnerable moment, you know? I see some kind of circumstance or situation where, and I feel like this is what we identify, which is worse, which is, someone just straight up lied to you. And I feel like that's how you heal from it. Yeah, I know how painful that is, but the observation, right? The observation of saying that person lied, which is understanding that when we are building into healthy space, we don't lie about our manifestation goals, which is the space by which we create clarity in the context of recognizing and identifying what is effectively happening. I honestly, with the cards I'm seeing here, it's like having to come to terms with the fact that you found a compulsive liar. And what's hard about it is like, often when you find someone who compulsively lies, you want to, like, often, like when we're in a space of being authentic and we find someone who compulsively lies, then you often go in that space of being like, why did they have to say that to me? And it's the observation of when we should be asking our question, do they tell anybody anything bordering on reality? You know? Like, that is what I keep on seeing, like that. And again, like I keep on hearing, like, that rejection is an energetic blessing in disguise. Because when someone is in like when somebody, like, and I keep on seeing, like, remember that when someone who compulsively lies will look for someone who is energetically gullible. And I see the fact that you have to understand that you moving away from that relationship was you having your strongest point of strength, because I almost see you having seen something And like I keep on hearing, you were too authentic for a connection with someone who looks for energetic gullibility in another person. And I see again, I keep on hearing the guide saying they confuse vulnerability with gullibility, which is to say, and I keep on hearing you're no gull, which is to say, which is the energy saying that they just missed the opportunity of a lifetime because with you, they could have been their authentic self. They blew it. They energetically blew it, is what I keep on seeing. There was some kind of modality here. And again, somebody who is in the context of always going around lying about things will meet their energetic dream come true. And they'll be so convinced that what another person is saying to them is false that they'll disbelieve the illusion of their dream coming to reality. And that's why I'm going to tell you right now, like the ability, like the identification point of them, like I see someone right now going through some kind of energetic collapse phase. I see something here, like that modality, like I keep on getting the thing that you need to do to heal is what you are the lies that you are experiencing from that person were not exceptional. You have to have a lot of empathy for whoever they're building that connection with, is what I keep on seeing. Because energy like that, it doesn't stop. It's just like I keep on seeing like the space by which like another person may be having to navigate that. Like like what else can you do? You know, like and I keep on seeing you can't do anything about it, right? Because I'm telling you right now, like even if you try to help someone in that modality, they're gonna spin another yarn about what's energetically happening, right? Like that's like and I keep on seeing like and I know how much it hurts. Like I know how unfair it feels, but sometimes when we encounter yarn spinners, like we have to recognize that we did not create that in them. That is not something that we inspire in another person. That is often articulating how broken another person is inside, in the fact that they can't meet the life that they desire with authenticity, but are constantly in that modality of having to like work through their own insecurity in such a way that they can't it's like you have to like I feel like the way you heal from that is having empathy in terms of how broken someone must be inside to potentially have to go around perpetually telling people things that are not true. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you know, I feel like there's something important that you're also recognizing right now in the context of um, the energetic relationship that you're in, is what I keep on seeing. Because I would not be surprised right now if you're getting a lot of like, if you're having a lot of those moments that feel like they energetically trigger you. But I think that the important thing that you have to navigate is making sure that um, like don't let the trauma um, trigger the feeling of being in those relationships again. Because I like to point this out. Healthy energy, when there's no such thing as a hard conversation, which is the context by which we're able to articulate upon something that's bothering us. And it immediately brings about an immediate, like, I keep on hearing an immediate change of direction. I keep on hearing conflict leads to course direction in healthy partnership. And I feel like that's what you can write down that'll help you unify that healing journey. Conflict leads to course direction, which is the space by which you don't need to avoid conflict in a healthy partnership, but you understand that it's through conflict. It's not the fear of conflict, but the ability of articulating upon feeling conflict about something that allows a course correction. And so I see that the unifying theme in those modalities was potentially a situation where it was hard to feel like you were getting your needs met. So I feel like, again, remembering and I feel like articulating, like working in the context of making sure that you're not like that you're talking through an energetic problem in order to reach that point of healing. I keep on seeing every time you go through a conflict and you recognize the conflict leads to course correction instead of disaster, it's going to reaffirm to you how far you've come. Because I keep on seeing like I almost feel like a lot of that energy, the minute, like the one thing I keep on seeing that's similar in those modalities was you saying, I'm not okay with this. And then energy saying that's a you problem, not a me problem. Right? Healthy relationship says, I strive, like your comfort is their priority. And I feel like that's the gift we give each other in healthy partnership. So make sure that you're experiencing that and articulating through it, not reacting to it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Nikki, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Lyo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to continue. The next person to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, and thank you guys. Delta Lady, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. One part, yep. Yep, thank you. Thank you. And Delta, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yes, I finally started matching energy. Yes. I even started, oh my goodness, you even started, oh geez, like you started backpacking and we're an inside girl. Definitely caught me in a vulnerable moment. I never got clarity. I was always trying to figure out what was going on, where the lies were. This all sounds familiar. They lied to everyone. Took me years to move past. Yes. And that's the thing about it. Like it's hard when you experience someone like that because it makes you question everything. But I keep on seeing like every time you go through something and you build into the authenticity with someone who prioritizes you, it's the ability of having a hard conversation, not the space of trying to avoid conflict, but being able to face it that allows hard truths to be evidence. Yep, I totally let him be himself, and they blew it. Yeah, often takes more time. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yes. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. My current partner does do that. Whenever I bring something forward about a trigger, they listen. Yeah, it was always a me problem. It's not the same in the current relationship. It's hard. Healing is quite the journey, I know. And sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. And thank you for having that reading with me and sending you support as you heal. That was simple but powerful perspective shift. A person is the same person with a new partner. Their personality doesn't magically change. They chose someone else. No, it's true. I feel like we often have that recognition point, which is saying, why did I get something and another person got something else? I think the bigger question you often say is, it's typically, it's not that that person has changed. It's just the fact that they've it's the context of saying that's like when you recognize that, I feel like that is a big falsehood that often happens. We have this illusion of thinking that what we received from one, another person's giving something entirely different. When you recognize that often that's not the case, healing becomes a lot easier because you start looking at another person and having a lot of empathy for what they're effectively navigating. Right? You're like, it's not that they chose differently. It's not, oh, sending you support. And again, all right, the next person we're reading for right now is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment. As we do, we're going to do another intuition check. Just a reminder, the list is closed today. But if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, for Monday, you'll be the first person read for. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Ram. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do this after the next reading. All right. And we're also at 68K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Ooh, we're doing a mind, body, spirit. I love it. I'm going to pin you up here, dear. Okay. Can I please get a mind, body, spirit for Bridget, please? And one more. You know, it's interesting because I feel like I'm seeing something. Um, I feel like there's something really important that's happening right now, Bridget, for you, and in relationality to the mind body connection. That is like having to take a profoundly personalized approach to like healing the self is what I keep on hearing. Like I keep on getting the message in relationality to um, you are your own remedy. Like being able to identify and articulate upon something that you are like trying to do better to a certain extent. Like I see you kind of like working through um, some kind of modality where like it feels, I keep on hearing like um, it feels like a bit of trial and error, if that makes sense, you know, like trying to find like just the right, I keep on hearing like just the right energetic combination of something, like working through something to a certain extent. Um, and I feel like there's something really important about that because it's saying to me that like it's almost like it's requiring you to become an expert in something is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing like this is like expertise is found in trial and error. Expertise is found in trial and error, which is the ability to identify something that's working versus what's not. Um, I think that there's also something really important to be said there um, as it relates to. It's interesting too because I almost feel like there's something that you're doing right now that feels like it's flying in the advice, like it's flying in the advice, it's flying in the face of some of the advice you've received is what I'm getting, you know? Like that's the thing I think is interesting too. You know, like I almost see that, like I almost feel like there's a little bit of this energy around you with another person like saying, "Well, I've been, I was told to do blah 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 blah," and you're like, "I don't subscribe to that." Is what I keep on seeing. Like I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that. Um, but I feel like, I think that there's um I think it's hard because I almost, I feel like it's the understanding of being able to say to the self, like, look, um, like I keep on hearing, I'm no expert, I just have sage advice, is what I keep on hearing. Like someone who's not an expert often has sage advice, because when someone says, I keep on hearing, like when someone says I'm no expert, they often, I keep on hearing, there isn't it, I keep on hearing the guys are almost saying, Isn't it funny that when someone says I'm no expert, the next thing out of their mouth is usually something profound." Is what I keep on hearing. Isn't it funny how every time someone says I'm no expert, the next thing that flies out of their mouth is the most profound thing you've ever heard, because it's the energy that starts in a humble place, right? It's the energy that starts and says, I don't have expertise in this, but like I put a lot of work into understanding, and I keep on hearing this is why often, like sage advice, um, it's often why like sage advice sometimes feels more, it's like you have to understand sagacity. We talk about this. Sagacity is wisdom, and wisdom is lived experience. So when someone says I'm no expert, they're about to school you. Like when someone says I'm no expert, they're about to like give you a hot take in terms of something that often is based upon a lived experience that makes a lot more sense. And so I feel like a lot of that work that we're seeing right now, I feel like that is what we're effectively identifying or recognizing, and I feel like that's what's happening for you. It's like this is you becoming an expert in something, which is like looking, I keep on saying, you looking toward an expert and being like, "You're not helping at all." It's like I see almost looking to an expert and be like, "That's not helping." And someone being like, it is." And you being like, "It's not." And being like, "But it should," like that's what I effectively see that's occurring. So I feel like you have to understand that, um, like a lot of the journey of you coming into a deeper understanding right now is going to feel a little bit like trial and error. It's going to feel a lot like, like like giving something, like trying something, identifying if it feels like it's for you or not, and then moving on to something else. But I keep on seeing, like, that's why I keep on hearing, like, make sure that you're just charting your progress, because something about you charting your progress or identifying and recognizing, um, like what you're hoping to do in a better fashion right now. I feel like um, I feel like it almost feels like I almost see something that's been bothering you for a while having some kind of breakthrough. But I keep on hearing like the breakthrough comes through, I keep on hearing a breakthrough is often not just one thing, but a combination of many things that work together to allow for a lifestyle, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing the solution is a lifestyle, and I see you becoming becoming very, like becoming an expert upon something. Yeah, bottom of the deck, King of Cups in its reversal. Like that's what I keep on seeing. I feel like that's what's difficult for you right now. in relationality to, it's funny. I keep on, I like, when I did that, when I pulled that bottom of the deck, do you know that like, do you know that like Rick and Morty, like, do you know that Rick and Morty are like judge argument, like where someone's like, "I'll see you at the courthouse," and he's like, "You will not, you will do that." You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that type of energy, which is potentially, I feel like you're getting better at in the space of relationships. I keep on hearing you're energetically unshakable, is what I keep on getting. And what happens, I need to point this out, when you're like, hell, I keep on hearing strong relationships like unshakable energy, which is the space where it's like when another person blows hard with you, they blow it, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I almost see, like I keep on hearing when a blowhards blow it with you, because it's the space by which another person says, "I didn't mean that," and them almost like trying to come into a space of apology. And I almost see you saying, um, like, I feel like I almost have a moment where there's like a lot of energy trying to apologize to you, and you almost like being in the space of being like, I don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? Like I've got a little bit of this energy around you that kind of set like, like it's giving me, like this is like, I mean, I feel like like I keep it's like I feel like there's like energy that's like been sensitive to you, and being like, I keep on hearing like something about this bottom of the deck that says, if I'm the sensitive one, why are you crying? Which is the space by which I gotta tell you, like, this is often what happens. Like when someone blows their top, and it doesn't have an effect on you. It's the understanding of you saying, I'm not sensitive. You're just being like, you're just being, I'm protective. Like somebody who mistakes your sensitivity for protectiveness is in for a rude awakening. Because I see you almost saying to someone like, "I'm not sensitive because you're not upsetting me. I'm sensitive because you're." I keep on hearing, "I'm not sensitive because you're not like I'm not. I feel like you. I hear. I'm like, you're mortifying me." Is what I keep on hearing you say to somebody. You're mortifying me, which is the space of another person, like being like, "Aren't you scared?" And being like, "No, that's really sad." Like, I see almost like, you know what I mean? Like, like I almost see somebody like blowing up at you and you being like, "Are you done?" Like, "Okay, can we move on now?" And someone being like, like that type of energy, you know, like tantrum free zone. But that's what I keep on seeing. Tantrums don't get anywhere for you or around you. And I feel like that's why I almost see like a lot of the energy. Like I would not be surprised if there's energy that like is trying like tries to change, um like I wouldn't be surprised if there's energy that's come into closure with you, and they've had to try to change the story as to what happened, because they can't tell another person, "I threw a tantrum and that was the last time I ever saw them again." Is what I keep on hearing. How do you say that to someone? Is what I keep on seeing. Like what do you do? Like what do you do? It's quite the conundrum, is what I keep on seeing. It's quite the conundrum. What does one do? So I would not be surprised if you hear somebody like making like in some kind of space of like trying to articulate. I keep on hearing energy. Like I would not be surprised if there's energy that threw a tantrum and then they're trying to articulate that you energetically hurt them, because I almost see you being like the space of another person being like, they're so cold, right? Like it's not that you're cold, it's that like I keep on seeing like you're just like, you don't tolerate, like I keep on hearing you don't tolerate another person like being energetically disrespectful and emotional. is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like I keep on hearing we can be emotional and still have manners, which is the space by which we say we can be emotional and not allow the emotionality to say, well, you have to forgive me because I was in an emotional moment, being like, no, you can do both, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed for today, but you can get on the list for Monday and you'll be the first person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today. I'm going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And thank you for those gifts, Rainbow. Good to see you. Hold on a minute. Where are we? Hold on. I missed the mantra. Hold on, Nikki. I got to back up. Where was the mantra? Where'd it go? You're so welcome, Nikki. Yeah, it was always a me problem. It's not the same in the current relationship. It's hard. I understand, dear. I'm not no one's mama and I ain't no one's fixer. I like that, Nikki. I can't wait to go watch the Daily Collective that I missed. Oh, sending you support, Hannah. You wrote something down during my reading. It was relevant to me or just for you. Hold on a minute. Let me double check it. Yeah, it's saying to me, it was I can try to express the sentiment that I was trying to that was coming to me, that I was trying to write down and like fully understand. I can send it to you over a private message in the Discord. If you just shoot me a message, Ava, I'll try to communicate it. Same turkey, different feathers. I like that. Yeah, the current person putting up with it. Yes. Excellent. This is what we're doing now. I guess cheetah frog earlier. Yeah, I got it. Ain't no one's mom, ain't no one's fixer. I like that. Profoundly personal approach on healing. Enlighten me. There's that. I realized I've been keeping myself safe since I was little, but always looked for it in partners. And yes, I've always been a go against the grain person. Humble friend, yes. I'm no expert, but I have experience. Exactly. It's like when I say, I'm not though. I was just read into the energy of it. Yes, I do know we've got Mercury. The Mercury retrograde's ending. No, yeah, Mercury is moving tomorrow, but then we've also got the retrograde ending soon. I've had many strangers tell me I should be a therapist. I can see why with that reading. Same, my therapist told me I should be a therapist. You're reading so much lighter than mine. I feel like this about my relationships with people. I've gotten this too, trying to feel into healthy friendships that are reciprocal. Makes sense. We all want more about ourselves to heal. Yes, I'm finally standing my own authenticity. And I have a good cutoff game. I have lots of people that are still trying to come back and be friends. That's what I keep on seeing. Yep, 100,000%. Why is the tower not in the spread? I don't know, because here's the thing about it. The tower's not in the spread because I see someone being like, nope, like I'm not sticking around for that. I get misjudged so often. Not my problem. Yep. So accurate. I know the real truth, and that's all that matters. Yeah. It's giving me a lot of like, why won't they mess with you? And someone being like, you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that, Thank you, Bridget. All right, let's get to it. I was thinking, okay, the next person we are reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Per's reading, let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cat. Oh, good job, Ella. All right, let's continue. Second call right now for Per. Kat, the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on for Monday, you'll be the first person read for. Present, a dream on Discord. I was in a rush. No problem, nothing to apologize for. Just bear with me a moment, please. All right. All right, where are we? All right, is this outside tea, Per, or inside tea? Outside, good. All right, I'm giving all fragments of the dream just to be sure, but mainly interested in the interpretation of the second fragment. Okay. Okay, the one scene is why I did the pet reading, and fragment 3 has to do with me needing to be assertive. 1. Driving by car and turning left to the city where my ex lives and stopping at a little wood, stapling the ground with the knife while the birds watch me from the trees above, feeling like a criminal doing this, cleaning the silver shining knife, thinking about calling my ex, he lives nearby, and saying, nah, I'm good. Feeling a little bit guilty about that as well. 2, I find myself in a house with another couple. I myself also have a feminine energy with me. I'm not entirely sure whether they are actually a couple or not. That part isn't completely clear. Together with the couple, we decide to eat dessert in the bedroom on the ground floor, along with some tasty snacks, while the children are upstairs. I know at least that the couple have boy twins. At some point, the twins were brought downstairs. In the same house, I saw a cat in the bathroom sink. The cat looked exactly like a cat I once had, the one that we had in the dream earlier. I called my mother over. I have no idea where my mother suddenly came from, and since she wasn't in the house, but I called her for verification. The moment I said, "Look, Mom, doesn't she look like the cat?" The cat turned around, and it was not the cat I once owned at all. This cat was more reddish in color and had a long pointed nose like the ones in ancient Egypt. It also looked a little bit like a fox, but it was clearly a cat. The cat swiped at the air with its paw. The animal reminded me a little bit of a phoenix. 3, I was alone in a Japanese restaurant. The food was being prepared right in front of me. I kept feeling as though they were forgetting some ingredients. I mean, the chef. I even asked them about it, and the chef looked at me as if I wasn't making sense. Still, it felt good to say anyway, just in case. I was completely confident that my food would turn out amazing anyway. 4, I stepped into a shop to buy a pair of shorts. The saleswoman said, you can have 3 pairs of shorts, but because we're already closed, they will cost 120 pounds or euros each. This was not a problem for me. It immediately made me think of my birthday because it's on the 12th. Got it. Okay. Can I please have one card for each of the dream fragments? Thank you. Okay. So the first part of the dream is, and it's, I just want to show you, it's so interesting because you talked about putting a knife in the ground. And what do we, it's the right card for the situation. And I'm going to pin up Per here, make sure that you give them a follow. Okay, hold on a moment. Okay, so the first thing that we're seeing here, I think it's interesting that you use the modality of saying that you turned left where your ex lived and you stopped in the ground near a wood. And you said that you staple the ground with a knife while the birds watch you from the trees above. Um, and you said you were cleaning the silver shining knife, and you thought about calling your ex and saying, but then saying, "Nah, I'm good. I'm feeling a little bit guilty." But that's effectively because the dream is about you asserting your boundaries, right? The context by which you talked about the fact that you said you thought about calling them, but then you said, "Nah, I'm good," is equivalent to you effectively sticking a knife in the ground, in the space between, like, the closing the distance, right? The observation of saying, "Well, I could go there," right? But then, like, when you're able to recognize and identify and you're honoring your energetic boundary, like, that is effectively what it like, that is the tangible equivalent to showing you what you're doing in the spiritual space, right? That is you, um, articulating and asserting your own boundaries, right? And I think it's interesting that you said, "Nah, I'm good," which is the context by which you don't necessarily feel that you need to reach out to a person. So that's like, that is almost like, I think that that's really beautiful that you articulated that in the way of, and I need to point this out, like, the guides are actually showing you this. They're saying that in the journey of you continuing to heal, why did you feel guilty? Why did you feel guilty for doing that? The only thing that's wrong in the whole context of that situation is the moment that you said you felt a little bit guilty about it. So the guides are almost saying to you, why do you feel guilty whenever you're asserting an energetic boundary? Right? Because they're saying, like, that is they're showing you what it feels like tangibly to say, is there anything that you see that's wrong with that? Because they're basically saying, if your intentions are pure, right, that your boundaries aren't harming another person, that's just you honoring the ground, is what I keep on hearing. That's you honoring the ground. Like, you're not, I keep on hearing, I keep on hearing the difference, right? The difference between you doing something to hurt someone versus doing a space to honor the self is the difference between doing something and being like, "I'm not going to talk to them," versus being like, "Nah, I'm good. Like, I feel I'm in a good place. I don't want to lose my energetic project. Like, I don't want to lose my progress, particularly in the realm of you energetically healing from something." This brings us to the second dream. And you describe the fact that you said that you were in a house with another couple. And you also described the fact that you said that you felt like you had some feminine energy with you. You said that you weren't sure if they were actually a couple or not, but you decided to eat dessert in the bedroom on the ground floor, along with some tasty snacks while the children were upstairs. And I think that that's interesting because this is saying again, and I think it's really interesting because there's a lot of the space that we see in this dream that you're working on healing by, like, it's interesting because it's a shadow work dream, right? And the important thing you have to understand with the shadow work dream is it often shows us what we feel an aversion to say, why do you feel weird about that, right? Is there something wrong with it, or is it something that you're healing from? So we see that in the first dream, they're showing you your own awkwardness in terms of how you feel when you're laying boundaries. And so the guides are almost showing you in the context of your healing journey and saying, look, if you're articulating the boundary and you're not doing it to hurt someone, but you're doing it to honor the ground that you're standing on, that's not that's something that you need to turn that feeling of guilt. That's something you need to work on internally, right? So, like, that's something you have to work on internally. While for the second dream, we see the fact that, again, you're eating cake, you're eating dessert on the ground floor in the bedroom. So this is potentially working through, I want to say, like, this is you working through um, intimacy wounds, is what I keep on seeing. But there's something really important that I'm identifying there as it relates to, I keep on seeing prioritizing um, your own happiness, is all I keep on seeing. because when we're in a healthy family or when we're in a healthy home, we try to amplify bliss, right? We try to share our energetic cake, but they're almost like showing you the context by which um, working through the feeling of doing something wrong. It's like I think it's I would be very conscientious in terms of the idea of the fact that you saw that there were twin boys that came in, because I almost feel like the thing that's interesting about the dream itself is there's almost something to be articulated in the context of a bunch of adults eating cake in the bedroom that would talk about like I want to describe it to a certain extent in relationality to working on um, working on healing relationships, but also like working on healing relationships in the way that feels like it's energetically productive. And so, I think it's interesting that you described the fact that you said that the twin boys were coming downstairs, because I feel like there's something that's important in relationality to the context by which, and you also, it was very interesting too, because you said that there was feminine energy with you. So how do I describe this best? It feels to me like it is the ability to recognize and identify what is an energetically sensitive topic. And so I feel like what's really interesting about that is this is a further exploration from the guides in relationality to understanding why you might feel energetically uncomfortable articulating upon your own boundaries. Because I see that there's something about that space that is talking towards the identification point that we should like we have boundaries for a reason, right? Because the identification, I want to point this out, like cake in the bedroom is the consideration point of understanding that there are things that we are not energetically ready for until we've reached a certain age, right? And this is why we talk about healthy boundaries is not having lack of them, right? Like it's not the space by which everything is open territory. It's understanding why we have boundaries upon things. So it's interesting the fact that the guides brought this forward, because they went from a modality where they showed the fact that you were feeling anxiety or shame in relationality to setting a healthy standard with the understanding that you weren't intentionally trying to hurt another with that, into the context of understanding that the symbolism of cake in the bedroom is the space that there are things that we keep as we mature because other energy isn't ready for it, right? So that would be the articulation of a healthy boundary, which is the space by which you say you don't allow children to have access to things until they're energetically ready to understand the context of them. So it's interesting the fact that the guide showed you these two different modalities, because it's almost helping you identify and recognize like what what where it may have sprung from versus where it may be like it's where it's like you're implementing it in the wrong space. Now this brings us into the space that you described, the fact that you said that you saw a cat in the bathroom sink, and you said that that cat looked exactly like the cat that you once had. Now this is a very interesting transition in the space of this dream, because we recognize and we articulated upon the fact that that earlier we did a pet reading on that dream, and I literally, when we were doing that dream, I articulated the fact that that cat was giving indications that they may come back to you in some way, shape, or form. So it's really beautiful that we see that in a way that this dream is confirmation on that reading, because you mentioned the fact that even in the space of the dream you're getting the same message, is what I keep on seeing, which is the observation of the cat that looks like, I keep on hearing, like, it looks like an energetic ancient, some kind of like magical figure. You said it looked a little bit like a fox, but it was clearly a cat. And the cat swiped the air with its paw. And you said that the animal reminded you a little bit of a phoenix. So I feel like what you were really doing in the space of this dream, where you were getting an energetic read in relationality to the shape of that guardian energy, right? Like you're almost seeing like the true spirit behind that energy, which feels like, and I think, remember when I said, I think that this is really interesting because you said, remember when I said when I was doing the pet reading, that that energy was there to give you confidence, right? To, and it may have potentially would swat you when you were doubting yourself. So I think it's really interesting that we see here that this dream is actually confirming the reading because it's swatting you, because it's reminding you that you are a phoenix, right? Which is the space of which, like, you don't judge yourself in your worst moments, but you allow yourself to snap out of it to be able to do something differently. Then we said the final part of the, like you then said that you were alone in a Japanese restaurant. You said the food was being prepared in front of you and you kept feeling as though you were forgetting the ingredients. I mean, the chef even asked them about it, and you said the chef looked at you as if you weren't making sense. Still, it felt good to say anyway, just in case, and you were completely confident the food would turn out amazing. Now, you I feel like this is the guides. This is you working in harmony with your guides. I love this depiction because it's a beautiful analogy of often what it feels like when we're working through work with guides, which is seeing, like, you're seeing something being prepared in front of you. You keep on having a feeling they might be forgetting something, but you ask questions, and you said the chef looked at you as if you weren't making sense, and you said it felt good anyway, just in case, and you said I was completely confident my food would turn out amazing, because this is effectively, I keep on seeing that this final dream is the perfect articulation point on what it feels like to express healthy boundaries, right? Which is the healthy boundary. And I love this because, and this is what's cool about it, it's a combination of the first two parts of the dream. Because if you understand that the first part of the dream was working through indulgence, which is the cake, the second part, the first part of the dream had the knife, and now you've combined the food and the knife, which says you put them together. You put them together, and what do you got? You've got a bit of, like, you've got a meal, right? You've got, now you got something to work with. So it says basically that you can't necessarily predict any situation that you may have. You don't know what's coming, but being able to understand one's own standards allows you to energetically prepare for circumstances or situation, which is the space by which you give someone the benefit of the doubt, right? You look towards another's judgment, which is what you were doing in the context of the fact that you saw that there were people around you in the space of the dream. You were trusting their judgment in relationality to their own energetic decisions, right? And when we care about each other, when we hold respect for each other, we trust each other's judgment. And then, right, you asked questions, but the judge, like you said that to a certain extent, that the chef just kind of looked at you funny, right? Like it's like, I think it's interesting because it's like they were almost like creating a little bit of that sense of intrigue, but like also like with the space of the knife being there, or the preparation of the food, which is to say that our boundaries, right, our boundaries in combination with understanding and working towards our bliss allow us to do something, to find the confidence, because you said you found, you had confident, helps you find the confidence that you need to know that you can trust where to energetically apply them, is what I keep on getting. And then finally we have the moment that all of this comes into the journey of the self, which is you walking into a shop to buy shorts, and then the saleswoman saying, we've got 3 pairs of shorts, but because the shop's closed, they're going to be extremely expensive. But you said, this isn't a problem for me. Why? Did you try to fight with them about it? No, because that's you understanding that because you are asking for something extraordinary, they were also allowed to ask for something extraordinary in return, which is the observation of saying that our standards are not extraordinary if we are ready to recognize and identify the conditions by which we're putting another person in order to maintain or arrive to what it is that we desire. So that was like, that was the application of all of those lessons in the context of reality. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it's not unreasonable if it's necessary, is what I keep on seeing, right? It's not unreasonable if it's necessary. It's very much the understanding, and I like to point this out. The problem with having standards is often when someone's in alignment to us, and this is what you're having with the shopkeeper, you didn't blink an eye. You're like, that's fine, right? You don't articulate, you don't argue another person's standards. You just accept them. And so I feel like there's something about that that's helping you also heal from some kind of past situation where someone may have been more careless in relationality to holding yours for you, or trying to be dismissive upon something that you were articulating, that they were trying to like I keep on seeing like trying to be like flippant about, is like, oh, you're worrying too much kind of energy. Thank you so much, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is closed, but you can get on for tomorrow, on Monday, and you'll be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, Per, and thank you for sharing that very intriguing dream with us. All right. And it's interesting too, because the context of the twins is saying like it's having to look at situations differently based upon like the nuance of it, is what I keep on seeing. It's like the nuanced approach to navigating the difference. I keep on hearing between something that feels like okay versus something that feels like an energetic violation. Literally eating brownie right now about it right now. I love that, Ella. Intimacy wins for me. Yes. It is, yes, the twins coming downstairs and my own children staying upstairs, which is the observation and recognizing and identifying that we hold different standards about things, right? Yep, working on not feeling guilty about boundaries for some time now. That's what all that dream was, the cake in the bedroom. I wonder if that is normal, ongoing feeling. Used to be afraid of hurting another, indeed. Yep. All right. Was the spirit animal card the cat and a cat in the dream? Oh, that's a very good point, Chrissy. Wow, yes, on standards. Thank you, Per. And again, I meant Monday. Did I say Tuesday? I meant Monday. I apologize if I said Tuesday. I meant Monday. Hi there, Tanya. How are you doing? And welcome, Brooke. All right, let's continue right now. I'm doing great, little bit. Next person we're reading for right now is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you let me know? I think you already sent me the message. Before we get started though, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fire dragon. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. No, I will be on Monday. I need to update the schedule, Bridget. All right, let's get to it. Is this inside tea or outside tea right now, Alexandra, in terms of the notes? I was going to put that first and I changed my mind. Yeah, no, that was I need to update it, dear. Outside tea, perfect. Okay. So we are doing and I'm going to pin up Alexandra here. Make sure to give Alexandra a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. All right. Akashic reading, please. If a specific theme to be explored, I would be curious to know about paradox of chains in my life. I often find myself caged or self-limiting in different areas, as if I'm repeating or creating my own restraints, or interpreting things as more restrictive than others may perceive them to be. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, can I please get 4 cards for Alexandra in relationality? Hmm. So something I'm seeing here is, it's interesting that you're bringing up the context of chains, because um, I keep on seeing that, like, the connection to them. Um, it definitely feels like there's a past life connection there. Is what or is what I'm drawing upon. Is what I keep on seeing. Um, and it feels kind of karmic. uh, You know, it's giving me a little bit of this energy, um, like working through something. Um, I keep on hearing like there's something in that space of someone saying like, um, and I got it. It's interesting too, because like I'm being referred to the werewolf dream that was coming through that you had the other day, and I feel like, um, I feel like there's something about some kind of experience in a past life where somebody was trying to articulate to say, no, 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 these chains are to keep you safe, is what I keep on hearing. These chains are to keep you safe is the song of somebody that says, I don't trust you, is what I keep on hearing. These chains are to keep you safe is the song of someone that says, I don't trust you to like to like make your own decisions or something of that nature. Um, and I feel like that is, and that's why I feel like if you have, um, it feels to me like there was something about that that you're still working on healing, because I almost see you like like recognizing and identifying, um that, like, someone, I keep on hearing like somebody like making like the ability of like making another person feel like there's something energetically wrong with them that needs to be fixed, um, is what I feel like this is something that you're here to like help with to a certain extent, right? I keep on seeing and I keep on hearing it's like, and that's, I keep on hearing chains are forged not in fear but in commitment, is what I keep on getting too, because I almost see you understanding or recognizing that the commitment, I keep on hearing the healthy chain is one that we are energetically committed upon building, is what I keep on seeing, right? The observation, like I keep on hearing the joyous chain is what allows us to identify what it is that we put our energy into, like what it is, like the significance that something, we hold to something, right? The energetic, like, and I keep on feeling like there's something very interesting about the journey that you're going on that says like you're healing your relationship to chains, because I keep on hearing the guides basically saying chains are a good thing because we forge them when we're committed to things, right? But we don't, I keep on hearing like that space does not require another person to articulate the fact that when we an unhealthy relationship, someone will try to almost be like very restrictive by saying like you require a short leash or I don't trust you, right? The observation of building into the context that trust, I keep on hearing trust forges the strongest chains, because when we trust each other, we are energetically committed to one another. And that commitment is something that we create together. And so I feel like it's beautiful because I almost feel like there's something about your karmic path work where you're healing in a profound way by understanding what it takes to forge like a trusting chain, which is the basic, like the space by which you build trust with another, right? The energetic commitment that we apply ourselves to, it's held in our standards. So I feel like there's something really valuable and important in relationality to you doing that work, because I almost see, like I almost like I would not be surprised if you're like working through a lot of like repressed anger or frustration as it relates to past life, because I almost feel like you're carrying a lot of sacral wounds into this one, particularly and especially if there was some kind of context where another person made you feel like there was something like, you know, within your own core that could not be energetically trusted, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, yeah. Ooh. Knight of Swords in its Knight of Swords in its reversal. Like somebody's got some explaining to do. That's what I keep on hearing. Somebody's got some explaining to do, is all I keep on getting. Right? Because I just keep on seeing like when somebody doesn't trust us, it talks more about them than it does us. You ever notice that? When someone's in a space where they're like, I can't trust you, tell like that sounds like that sounds like an internal problem, you know? That sounds like an internal problem. But that's why I keep on seeing um responsibility is something that is given to those that recognize and identify the force of intention upon what they're carrying, is all I keep on seeing. Like responsibility, I just keep on hearing like there's a very strong guide around you that just says respond, like energetic space, like when we're in a space that we're moving sacredly, we understand the weight of what we carry. We don't, I almost see you saying like we don't, if you need fear to articulate what you should do, that is something you need to really work on internally, right? I would not be surprised if you've got situations where you identify to another that you're a good person. And I keep on hearing, if you feel like you have to be good because you're worried about something bad happening, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Good is something that we do because we understand what the force of intention is I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing good is not good behavior, which is the context by which we move in accordance to good, not for fear of something bad happening, because we understand and recognize what that means. So I feel like that I would not be surprised if there was some kind of experience here wherein you're working through something with like I feel like some kind of karmic issue with another person where they were like effectively trying to judge you, but they were judging you according to their own standards, which were terrible. Is what I keep on getting. It's like your terrible standards are not my responsibility. Like that sounds like something like you need like you know, like you need to fix your heart, is what I keep on getting, is like that's the space by which I keep on seeing. I feel like I would not be surprised if you're working through a lot of that in the karmic space, because I almost see you like energetically saying like, what do you have to say for yourself? You know what I mean? Like, like wow, you know what I mean? Like that's what I mean about like looking at something And like, again, if you're working through situations that disappoint you instead of devastate you, like this is potentially why, you know, like love is not conditional when we are energetically exceptional. And that I keep on hearing that exceptional is not something about saying that there's an exception. It's by doing the best that we can, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But if you'd like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for Monday and you'll be the first person read for. Just bear with me. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of tut, tut, tut there. I was going to put that first. We have a new trend, soul, body, mind. Are you a rule follower? Kind of hard to be in systems to follow their rules. Yes, me too. Now I have some inspiration. If dreams are not significant, free me. Sounds like my family. I love free me. Never. Yes. Great song. My sister and her husband sing it every time. Oh, wow. All right. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I'm curious as to the connection. Well, and so that's what I see even now. Like there's something important. I think it's interesting too, because I feel like the last time we were reading upon that was like the fact that you had the werewolf dreams, but I feel like the dream itself was a dream about awareness, which is like the space by which we understand and recognize, like we hold responsibility for understanding the force of intention and how we carry it. And that's what I meant in relationality to you, like doing some karmic work with someone that you said, like they seemed like they were trying to appear as one, but they weren't, which is the understanding or recognition of someone. Like I keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing, like it almost gives me the vibration of someone that articulates, like I keep on hearing, like being, like working on being a good person isn't about feeling like you're proving it. It's just I feel like it's like you just do it is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that's what I meant in relationality to you and another person, like going through a little bit of energetic rigor in some kind of fashion, um, in relationality to like holding standards versus getting away with things, if that makes sense. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we are reading for today is Chrissy. Chrissy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And before we continue, let's do another animal spirit guide reading, or like let's do another intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The owl. All right, let's continue right now. Chrissy, can you let me know what type of reading we're doing? And just a reminder, the list is closed today, but we'll be back on Monday. And if you'd like to secure the first spot on the list for Monday, you can send the donation today and you'll have that spot secured. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, sunshine. How are you doing today? Okay, Akashic or what comes forward. I got you, dear. And I'm going to pin up Chrissy here. Guys, make sure to give Chrissy a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Can I get 4, please? Thank you. You know, I keep on. I feel like I'm seeing some kind of situation or circumstance that I feel like it has to do with working through volatility, is what I'm identifying. You know, like I feel like I see like, there's something really important to be said in not making someone feel like they are the energetic glue keeping a relationship together, is what I'm seeing here. You know, I I keep on hearing a message that, you know, and I need to stress this, like I keep on getting like, I see some kind of energetic separation point between like two individuals or someone trying to articulate upon, like, never are we more wounded than when someone says to us, if it wasn't for you, is what I keep on getting, right? Like, that's an impossible situation to put another person into, because I keep on hearing nobody chooses. Like, nobody chooses. So you can't, like, it's not a fair, I keep on hearing it's not a fair thing to say. Um, and I feel like there's something really important in relationality to that, because I almost feel like I see some kind of situation that you just like kind of started in some kind of battlefield with people like throwing wounds at each other, right? And what is it often? Here's the thing about trauma, right? Like, what's wild about trauma is sometimes observing trauma is not the context by which you see other people hurting each other, but it's trying to articulate why, like, who wounded who first, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like, it's giving me like a chicken and egg ad infinitum, which is saying, well, they did this, well, they did that, well, they did that. Instead, and again, like, I feel like this is the hard part, which is like, it's not about who wounded who first, it's about doing better, right? It's like the minute that stops is when someone says that like, it's like, and that's what I mean, like, when we take accountability, like, I see you having to go through this with someone. When you take about accountability and say, no, you're right, that wasn't cool, I shouldn't have done that, you like, oh my gosh, like, it's like suddenly a whole new world opens up, because it's the ability to energetically acknowledge and articulate that allows new ground, is what I keep on seeing. But I feel like that's a lot of that. I feel like the hard part of a lot of the energetic journey that I see you having to navigate is recognizing that when another person when you try to say to another person, like, why aren't we moving in a direction, and another person says, well, no, but you have to understand, like, this thing happened when I was like 4 or 3 or 2, like, the ability to articulate, and the difference between direction and a story is the difference between the ability of saying, like, no, this is what it takes to get there, versus let me tell you why we're not getting anywhere, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like it's hard, because I feel like I see the fact that a lot of the energy that you've had to navigate is moving away from energetic storytellers, is what I keep on. And like, an energetic storyteller is not necessarily trying to get anywhere, because you're like, how do we get over here? And they're like, picture it, Sicily, 1920. You know what I mean? Like, and you're like, no, I don't know. I'm not asking about what happened. I'm asking about how we're going to get to where we need to get to, is what I keep on seeing. So, um, I feel like this is very difficult because I feel like I see the fact that there's a lot, um, like I see a lot of these like situations or circumstances that I keep on hearing, like the inclination to be able to fix things for other people are never stronger than in the modality of another person talking about why something energetically hurt them. But I keep on hearing, like, one of the things that I see that you're working through is understanding that when we care about each other, we give each other the tools we need to repair things rather than doing it for each other. Because sometimes, and I think that this is something that you may have had to navigate, sometimes we tell stories because something awful happened. Sometimes we tell stories to reaffirm why, like when we haven't done our shadow work, we tell ourselves a story, and then when another person arrives to fix it, we're in for an energetic rude awakening. So I feel like there's a lot of that there that is almost like helping you as it relates to navigating relationships, because I keep on hearing like the overarching message of the healthy relationship is such that says we give each other tools, right? Like when we're in a healthy relationship, we give each other tools. We don't give each other weapons, which is saying like, go do this for me. You know what I mean? Like, go do this. We say, here, do you need a wrench? Like, do you want something to fix that? Like, it's working in the space of what feels like it's energetically restorative, like not giving each other. I keep on hearing like healthy relationship, we don't run errands for each other, which is the space by saying like, if you cared about me, you do this, is what I keep on seeing. um Bottom of the deck, and I feel like a lot of that is almost like you finding your own energetic confidence and voice through challenges of in that way, but also like understanding that I feel like I keep on hearing the manifestation goal that we articulate, right? And when we start to view the world that way, then we recognize and identify the embodied manifestation, which is the difference between someone talking about what they desire versus the energy that is willing to put in the work to get there. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the two of cups, pentacles in its reversal. I would be very conscientious if you've had to go through those modalities or those experiences where somebody like makes, like I keep on saying like the disappearing or reappearing manifestation goal, which is the space of another person that says, well, I was going to do this, but because you did that, like that, which is to say that when we're in a healthy space, we don't we don't dangle manifestations to each other, right? Like the observation of being able to try to articulate. I keep on hearing, when we want, like when we go after things, we go after things, but the ability of saying, well, this is the reason why I couldn't do that, like that is not, that is an excuse, is what I keep on hearing. Like when someone articulates what they would aspire to do, but then they articulate why they didn't do it, that is the definition of an energetic excuse. And I keep on hearing energy that's like in a positive space. The reason always triumphs over the excuse, which is the space by which we don't look at, say, well, I would have, but because of this. It's the energy that says, there were obstacles, I did it anyway. I did it anyway. Right? It's like the force of our love that speaks towards the arrival of a heart of a frustration, but then just like figures out what it energetically takes to get there. So I feel like, remember, if you're doing that work, it's not too much to ask for another person, right? And I keep on hearing it doesn't require. It's not. I keep on hearing it's not about celebrate. It's not about. I keep on hearing it's not a contest to see who's working harder. It's just recognizing about what that direction is and being able to understand the mutual joy that is found in doing that work together. And I feel like a lot of that, I feel like it's hard because I see that it's almost like requiring you to have to like hold really strong energetic standards, particularly and especially in others. Like I keep on hearing like asking things of you, or saying like, well, if you cared about me, you would do this. And I keep on getting like, when we care about each other, we don't give each other ultimatums. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Chrissy. And if we care about, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for Monday, you can get on the list and you will be the first person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we are at 68K likes. I feel like I think that the number is like frozen because it's been 68 for a while. But when we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. I know that was happening yesterday. I mean, the retrograde is going to retrograde. Just bear with me a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. And Oracle, thank you for joining us. The list is closed today, Alves, but if you want to get on for Monday, you can be the first person read for. It's about doing better. Tap to claim. Perfect hair for the Sicily scene today. I know it is kind of good for the Sicily. It's good for the Sicily scene. Yes. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Mine shows 61. You see that? There we go. Mine says 61.3. Okay, it's 61K at my end. Friend, it was 52 for a really long time. I've had mine sticking at 68 for a while, so that's interesting. All right, friends, we are going to get started right now on the one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like to have a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can hit that subscribe button and you will be added to the list for a one card reading. And if you are a subscriber who would like an animal spirit guide card, make sure that you're also recharging your heart maze if you'd like that as well. Also, if you are a member on the place where we keep the videos, you are also eligible for a one card. So go ahead and put your question in the comments as well. All right. I've got you, Oracle Erica. And highest priority, please. Don't let your frustration stand in your way right now. I keep on seeing allowing the understanding and recognition of what it is that you're trying to do in a better way. Like, let that help shape a lot of that work, especially with the Chariot card. I keep on seeing this feels I keep on hearing, remember, healthy relationship provides good, it's not working on the context of day to day. I feel like make sure that you're looking in the broader terms of what feels energetically progressive, across a larger context is what I keep on seeing, right? I keep on hearing, don't let the daily frustrations erode progress is all I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah, especially with the fox energy, I feel like there's something, significant and important here as it relates to trusting each other's intentions, which is the space by which we understand and recognize what it is that we're trying to do in a proper way is what I keep on seeing, and I keep on seeing too, I keep on hearing it's okay to take a playful approach to solving ongoing issues, right? It's the adaptability of being able. Sometimes it's not trying to make the problem go away, but looking at the problem differently that creates I keep on seeing creates a different perspective in relationality to how to solve something. One card for releasing X's energy for Bridget, please. Everything is possible, but there needs to be mutual effort and relationality to what can heal, And I feel like there's a difference between, I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is not an endurance exercise. which is, it isn't the space by which we see, like we identify to another. Um, and like, I almost like, I almost feel like there's somebody who's trying to be like I'm a lot, and being like, it's not that you're a lot. It's about like, it's about doing something better, right? It's about like recognizing, it's like recognizing and identifying what it is that you want to change. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Page of Wands. Like, this is what I mean. Um, you can't get anywhere with someone that like mythologizes the problem, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like, you can't get somewhere with someone who's been like, I've always been like this. It's the understand of being like, it's not about always being something. It's about recognizing what one can do about it, is all I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah, especially with the air dragon. Like, this is like confirmation in terms of feeling like that energetic lingering to a certain extent. Because I'm going to say this again, like, if this was some kind of circumstance or situation where, like, I can't really explain this, you know, like the identification of recognizing, um, like it almost feels to me like someone who didn't take your word for something. Like, this is why I keep on hearing, like, when hyperbole meets authenticity, like there's going to be like a rude awakening, because I almost see a situation like where if someone articulated something and they said something and you being like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, I almost see you being like, you're honoring, like that is you honoring another person's boundaries. You're probably like, you probably care about them more than anyone they've ever experienced, because you're the only one that took what they said at face value. But I feel like you may have like triggered a lot of healing in terms of them recognizing and identifying that. So I feel like it's almost like I keep on seeing like something about you, like understanding that. I feel like it's also like, this is saying to me, like, even especially with that, like, what we feel, we put in words. Like, our words frame what can change, not the expectation of saying, like, are you ready to let go of something, is what I keep on hearing. Chrissy, one card on how they're feeling. Hold on a moment. Oh, Bridget did. Oh, no, Little Lamb gets the extra card today. Oh, gosh, you got 3 cards coming out right now, Chrissy. Um, I feel like I see somebody who feels like they're going through a rut, you know? Like, this is saying to me, like, I almost see somebody like going through some kind of context of um like working through, like, this is saying to me like a lot of volatility, a lot of space of regret. Um, but like, and that's the thing I keep on seeing, like a lot of that, I see almost like some kind of space where like another person is in deep contemplation as it relates to like some of the energetic conflict that they find themselves around. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Ace of Pentacles, I feel like I almost see, um, I keep on seeing, like, I feel like there's somebody who's like addressing or recognizing, like their own commitment issues, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing like, I keep on getting the same messages when I read for this energy that says like, we don't find the perfect commitment, we make it, is all I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, swan energy, right? Like, I feel like that if this is the modality of like, things always look perfect from a distance because we can't identify the work that's going into it, is what I feel. I almost feel like I see somebody having conversations with someone in terms of them saying like, oh, you got something perfect. And someone being like, what are you talking about? Like, how did you find it? We don't, I didn't find it. I worked for it, is what I keep on seeing. All right. Ella, highest good for the weekend, please. Can I get one card for Ella? I feel like there's something about this right now that it feels very stable, you know? I feel like this is you getting some kind of like this is feeling I feel like I see you reconnecting with someone or catching up or getting some kind of validation in something that you knew. Yeah, especially with the strength card and its reversal, you know, giving like it almost feels like a hard conversation about a sore subject. But again, animal spirit guide, right? Like especially with the boar energy, like it's interesting because um I almost like I there's a like I gotta point out emperor meets boar can sometimes be like you know what I mean? Like I almost feel it's like somebody's gonna ask you for advice around a situation as it relates to like working through another person's stubbornness is what I keep on seeing. One card on the mood for today, please, for Hannah. Um, I mean, like, the care we bring to situations is being energetically adaptable, like making the best out of difficult situations is the gift that we give to one another. Bottom of the deck, especially, yeah, especially with the Nine of Swords, like it's giving me a lot of like when things are hard, we get creative or we get adaptable, is all I keep on seeing. There's something very much about like working through a space of harmony. One card, animal spirit. Yeah, goose, right? Like it's saying to me, like it does feel to me like embracing creativity and allowing that creativity to guide you in terms of doing better. I keep on seeing like make sure that you're giving compassion to yourself and giving and taking perspective, getting perspective on situations, especially ones that are like really frustrating you. One card for Ava on them. Um, I see them in a space of making choices, working through something to a certain extent, especially with the Page of Cups in its upright. Um, I think that there's something really interesting um, in relationality to another person, like trying to um, like it almost it like I don't know if there's like it's interesting because I almost feel like there's something there where it's like I almost see them like trying to um be lighthearted around a serious question or working through something in such a way. Can I get animal spirit guide? Yeah, especially with the horse energy. Um, I feel like there's something really important about honoring your own decision is what I keep on seeing. Like, especially if you articulated to another person, like how you feel about something. I almost feel like this is someone like trying to come into the space of honoring your choices, like as if they were their own, is what I keep on seeing. Like it feels to me like it almost feels like someone recognizing that the space of love is honoring each other's choices, is what I was getting. Yes, one card about the guy that came to my job and if I should ask him out. So again, so Yaz, we never look into the cards. We never give our autonomy to the cards. So we don't look to the cards to make decisions for us. But that said, I can definitely draw a card in terms of what we see energetically around that energy. Um, I feel like somebody wishes that they said something to you. Is what I keep on hearing. Like I almost see somebody walking from a situation and being like, I blew it. I blew it. It's like bottom of the deck. I see somebody that almost like feels like they're trying to like they I feel like I see somebody that like wants to ask something, but they don't want to put you in an awkward situation, is what I keep on seeing. Like I almost see somebody in some kind of modality where they're like, I don't want to make it weird if they say no kind of energy. Thank you, Yaz. One card, please, on their emotionality. It was sticking to the bottom. I'm getting, like, here's the thing about it. Like, I see some kind of stubbornness on the, like, I feel like there's some, like, there's something interesting here about, like it feels to me like almost like a consistent offer, like there's something I'm identifying about you experiencing something which is helping. I keep on seeing there's something about you working through something that's helping you see the difference between a steady hand that is non-conditional, which is like the ability of being able to identify and recognize the force of meaning that something has to you, versus I keep on hearing the energetic experience of another person dangling something before you, which is the space of a person saying, well, if you don't change, like, say goodbye to this kind of energy, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah. Like, I feel like you've got a message from the guides that says, um, like, unconditional love is energetically, I keep on hearing unconditional love does not mean the space of being able to put up with things. It's the space by which we are energetically reliable and stable in terms of what it is that we aspire to create with another. And also the ability to honor their own energetic choice is what I keep on seeing, right? It's a lot of the space. I feel like you're working through the pathwork of understanding the difference between someone that's like, I feel like the difference between someone that like honors your choices versus someone that felt like they were trying to control them for you. Minnie, one card on the energy. If I continue to pursue apartment. All right, can I get one card for Minnie, please? I mean, it's not if, it's just when. I just keep on seeing as long as you're kind of, I feel like I keep on seeing, like, make sure, remember, a healthy manifestation does not require us to become fixated on only one outcome, right? So don't get too caught up in terms of like focusing entirely on the space of saying that one needs it. But almost like I almost feel like there's something about that where it's like being able to be energetically productive in terms of feeling the excitement of working towards um, like I keep on seeing with that five of like don't get frustrated if something gets jammed up. Be patient. I mean, I keep wondering, be patient and energetically relentless in your manifestation goals, which is the space by which you say to another person, if anything changes, let me know, right? Like being able to be very energetically adaptable. Yeah, especially with the fire dragon, right? Like I keep on seeing like the ability of being able to um, the ability to like work through frustration but be energetically positive, like letting the frustration just move you forward is what I keep on seeing. Like I feel like it's not, I'm getting a lot of this, like it's not if, it's just when approach to something. Ella, which I believe well, what are you asking about, dear? I'm sorry. The reading I just gave was for Minnie. One card on love for Lara, please. Um, I feel like healthy love does not make unreasonable demands, is what I keep on hearing. Healthy love does not require you to prove something. It's the energy that like we are able to articulate and define in terms of what something means to us. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Four of Swords in its reversal. Um, you know, if somebody if someone from the past is coming back right now, make sure that they're articulating upon what has changed. They're not just building upon the fact of articulating upon how much they miss you. I keep on hearing talking about how much we miss each other isn't like, doesn't wash away what needs to be healed, right? So like make sure that Like, make sure that an overwhelm of emotions is not erasing the work to be done, is all I keep on getting. Ugh, I'm like, just leave me alone. No, I see it, Bridget. Like I almost see someone being like, like it worked. It worked on everybody before. You know what I mean? It's giving me a lot of that type of energy, Bridget. I feel him lingering. Hold on a minute. I feel him lingering. One moment. It's been a year. Like, get over. I understand. But that's what I mean. Like, I feel like I almost see someone lingering and not realizing that that was the last conversation. Is what I keep on seeing. Like that's what happens, which is like, again, like I almost see someone being like, like looking about upon something and feeling mortified. You're welcome, V. Have a great weekend, Per. I got you, Rainbow. One card on, um, absolutely. One card on moving forward, please. I feel like your manifestation right now is I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me, right? Not feeling like you have to get into any kind of tug of war with another person, just recognizing and identifying and focusing on those manifestation goals and making sure that you're articulating those in terms of the energetic connections that you're making. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you know, especially in relationality to that like Four of Swords. Um, like it's saying like I mean like if there's something that's going on between you and another person that's creating confusion, just like let the confusion itself be the closure is what I keep on seeing. Like don't let the confusion drive you forward. Just like it's like if you make that determination point and things get weirder, like let that fortify your own energetic direction. Animal spirit guide, please, for Rainbow. Yeah, B, right? In healthy connection, we say what we mean and we mean what we say. We don't say things to get our way, which is the space by which we're able to articulate and identify um, like what we mean to each other. And I keep on seeing how we address each other articulates what we mean to each other because it's not something that we're energetically changeable on. It's the ability to identify the energy that we give to each other is what I keep on seeing. So I keep wondering, make sure someone's not like trying to keep a relationship in some kind of like weird liminal space where they're not being able to identify like what something is. Like I keep on seeing like maybe let this be a time of like writing down the lessons that you're taking from this experience to help you build better into a healthy energetic relationship. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Ram and I do have a Taurus kiddo. There you go. Reconnecting occurring. So spot on. Thank you, Ella. You're so welcome, Ava. Yes, that makes me happy. I hope you are not picking up on my energy, wanting to say something. I mean, it says to me like I almost feel like you can like I almost feel like there's something like like it feels like there is definitely some kind of like energetic connection there, but I almost feel like it's somebody who does not want to put you in an awkward situation. Ruby, good to see you, dear. One card between the connection and you and that energetic connection. I think that there's something important. Um, you know, I think that there's something significant in terms of like I keep on hearing like the clarification of honoring another's choice is what I keep on seeing. Like I almost feel like somebody who wishes, like I almost feel like I see somebody who wishes that they could do better by you, is what I keep on getting. But that's the thing about it. Like every time I'm reading on someone, I feel like I see somebody like working through some kind of energetic obligation that they feel like is like calling forth a lot of their attention. Animal spirit guide, yeah, like swan energy. You know, I need to point this out. Somebody that says like, um, never, like when someone says you're too good for me, what they're really saying is I'm not ready to do the work, is what I keep on hearing, which is the space by which we understand and amplify what needs to change to bring something into a positive space. And I almost feel like I see somebody like working through the anxiety of like losing you, but also like struggling with like what they feel they need to do for themselves right now. Haley, one card, highest priority, please. Healthy relationship can navigate hard conversations. You know, your authenticity is the gift to those that are welcoming it. Bottom of the deck, yeah, rejection is an illusion. If you're bringing authenticity into a situation and another person is rejecting you in that space, let that be redirection. Don't over internalize it. Just let it fortify you as you're continuing forward right now. Animal spirit guide card, yeah, especially with the bee, like building into the context of like, I keep on hearing like putting that love into the self, like honoring yourself, honoring your journey, continuing to work through something effectively to be able to identify and recognize what you're trying to do greater. Like, and I feel like there's some kind of message of understanding. It's not just enough to be honest, it's about being kind with our honesty. Like to say to another person, I was just being honest is not a reason, because we can hurt with honesty just as much as we can with something that is not honest. Thank you as well, Ella. All right. Hi there, Esteban. Good to see you today, dear. You're welcome, Bridget. You know, you got 90.8K likes. I'm telling you right now, it's stuck on 68 for me right now, Grace. I'm not even seeing it. Hold on a moment. You're so welcome, Lara. Sending you so much support, Rainbow. Make sure you're taking time to heal. I feel like Bridget, like that's exactly the what I'm reading in that connection. Like I see someone, like I almost see someone being like, never in a million years did I expect somebody to honor my boundaries. Is what I keep on hearing, you know? Oh, sending you so much support on that journey. Like I said, Rainbow, let the confusion be the closure. You have a beautiful day, Bridget. Hi there, dear. Grand evening. I expected them to respect my time and they didn't want that expectation, but it's a standard. Sending you so much support, dear. You're so welcome, Ruby. Even my friends don't treat plans so casually. Well, and then listen, we want to like look. We never want to say that when we talk about like a man or a woman. Like we want to be very conscientious, especially in relationality, to understanding that the ability to heal is not conditional upon all of the energy connected to another person's choices. So I feel like let that help fortify you as you're working through something right now, Alexandra, as well. Can I get one card for Esteban on what's going on with that energetic connection, please? Um, One of the things I need to stress right now that we've been reading, Esteban, is don't make assumptions in energy like this. Making sure that you're giving someone the benefit of the doubt is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially in relationality to working through experiences of the past. Put best intention towards it until don't like I'm telling you right now with the Aquarian full moon and all of this energy retrograding, it's easy to want to like take the worst possible conclusion. Try to give someone the benefit of the doubt. See if like putting a little bit of positivity there can try to like get clarity. Thank you as well, Ella. Everybody, it's all over the place. Some people see 90.8, some people see 64. What are we gonna do? You're so welcome, Haley. Universe wants to help me get clarity. Deborah, these are one card readings for subscriber if you would like to become a subscriber. I didn't want to spam, but I wasn't sure if you saw my one card. I didn't see it, Grace. If you can click into it, it shows the number. Oh, that's it's not showing that for me. I'm not sure what to do there. Hold on a minute. Grace, I'm just looking for your question, dear. Oh, wait, now I'm seeing some stuff. I didn't want to spam. I don't know if the question came through. Did anyone else see Grace's question? Absolutely. And then I just realized it's your followers. What am I doing? That's what I thought you thought was happening, Grace. Oh yeah, that's okay. That's what I yeah. We're talking about likes right now because it seemed like there was a disparity in terms of what we were seeing. Oh shoot, yeah. Thank you for confirming. It's what I've been in this roller coaster on. Oh, it's for the few years. But and I feel like again, like the observation of recognizing, like that's the thing right now, Esteban, like I recognize and identify if you see something that feels like it's changing. One card on emotionality about move. Okay, I see it there. Some days fine, others angsty. All right. Two cards coming out, dear. Yeah, I mean that I feel like that's the vibration that you should have upon something, you know? Like I feel like you're navigating something where it's like, it's like I feel like it's like working through the shift and feeling anxiety and doing something different, but also working through like the feeling of stability, you know? I feel like one of the things to I feel like something about the move is bringing up some shadow work. So it might be a good opportunity to like write down and say like, what is it that I have anxiety about? To be able to identify if there's something there that you can resolve or something that you can talk through is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially as in relationality to Six of Cups, right? The ability to like work through, I feel like it's almost like having the conversation with someone in terms of the fears, in terms of how it might affect a relationship, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Um, especially with the air dragon, I feel like it's like I keep on hearing, like, remember, when we're worried, a healthy relationship builds reassurance, right? The ability to understand and recognize, um, like, what we can expect, like, the ability to articulate upon, um, like, let the plans fortify you in terms of helping you through any of those anxiety points, is what I keep on seeing. Um, we're making up our own numbers on here. I like that. I like that. Yes. Yes. Like, is that 60? No, no, we got 68K likes right now. Safety has been my concern. Well, and I feel like that's the important thing to articulate. If you're not feeling energetically safe, that's something that you can articulate upon, is what I keep on seeing. Like, is there something that you can tangibly do to feel safer? Is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, I mean, again, Esteban, I like to point out a healthy relationship is fortified by asking questions, if it helps. Like the ability to ask a question is not going to like create volatility. Let questions fortify you um in relationality to what's occurring. This energy is, I know it's super frustrating, right? We used to talk about a bit about traveling to see me, and then you just uneasy because of exes. Yeah. Can you say the saying, now is not the time to be leading? Like, yeah, I'll try to remember. Now's the time. Like, the thing about it is now is not a time to be assuming things. Like, don't allow your worst assumption to like move you. Like, don't allow the worst assumption to move you away from something that you're doing with intention. It's like you have to bring that like force of energetic positivity to things right now. I know how difficult that is, but that's what I keep on seeing. Like don't I feel like it's a lot of that work in terms of like healing from the past by not letting us change, like not letting it change us, but by talking about what it is that we hope for. That's the key I needed to hear. I can't ask questions with that. Well, and that, there you go. Right. Thank you. I'm so glad that helped, Esteban. Thank you. And sending you support. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be off tomorrow. Yeah, we're doing one cards now, Nikki, if you'd like a one card. Wait, wait, wait. I know, I see you. I see you. Just let me know. Yeah, it's right in time. I just need to know one card for advice for tonight. I'm hearing be the force of change, which is saying to me like, being I can observe, don't absorb. Observe, don't absorb. Bottom of the deck. Observe, don't absorb. That's interesting. So a good a good way to close a conversation is that's an interesting perspective. That's an interesting perspective you got there. Where'd you get that? I like those cards. Animal spirit guide. You know, like some things don't want. I feel like some things don't warrant a response. Some things warrant a question. Yeah, be the change. Yeah, exactly. Be the change you wish to see in the world. All right. Final to call right now for anyone who is a subscriber who would like a one card pulled. Just a reminder, we're going to be off tomorrow, but we will be back on Monday. I'll be back on at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, just head over to my profile, hit the bell there. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I like that. For anyone who became a subscriber today, welcome. I'd like to encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code for our Tarot Church Library class program. Our next class is on Wednesday, so if you'd like to sign up, now is the time to do so. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages today and being a part of them. And thank you for sharing your beautiful dreams. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you, K. Megan, for all that you do. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again on Monday. Have a great day, everyone.